Oh man. Feels good. Feels good, people. We we survived like the nuclear apocalypse. Feels like feels a bit like that, you know? A wee bit. Gonna hang out here, just get started, look at some newses, reply to something real quick. There we go. Fresh. Sorry in advance, I have to eat breakfast. Well, the day's upon us. Today's stream's gonna be not exactly like the election stream, but formatted kind of similar. Essentially, I'm just going to be watching the inauguration. I'm going to be talking about anything that happens today. Some of the other station people might jump in here. I don't know exactly what everyone's schedule is. I know that I'm going to watch the entire inauguration. If there's anything that goes wrong, we'll watch that stuff too. Um, and then maybe later some oh, maybe some Hitman 3 afterwards. We'll see. It'll be fun. It's gonna be a fun day. I woke up this morning dancing in the shower. It felt great. Oh, am I gonna be your podcast? Okay. Tonight's story. 3 kids dropped into a ravine, completely overshadowed by the fact that Donald Trump isn't gonna be the president in 2.5 hours. Oh, Jeff, do you feel it? Do you feel it, Jeff? The orgasm that I'm having? You don't have to answer that. It's just an honest take here. I am positive. I thought I was gonna be a bit more serious today. Fuck it. I'm so fucking happy. You feel it? Yeah. Like but like genuinely I woke up and I'm like I don't know, I just have this energy, you know? You know sometimes like you realize it's something that sometimes happens on like a birthday where you'll wake up and immediately like it feels different. Feels good, you know? Like that's the day that you get off on the right side of the bed. That's right. We got a countdown to Biden. What is up, Freud? What is up, Devin? How are you doing? Shit just feels great. I am. I don't know. I was. I was literally dancing in the shower, giddy. I was giddy watching Trump fucking fly away. It's gonna be a good day, guys. It's gonna be a. I think. Uh, I don't want to say it almost. Easily I'm expecting violence. I'm expecting a lot of violence actually. I'm fairly worried about it, but it's not gonna overshadow the fact that I do not have to, and let me be very clear. I probably still will, just to stay informed, but I don't have to listen to anything Donald Trump says ever again if I don't want to. That's the most amazing feeling on earth. If they could put that in a pill, we would all be overdosing from it. I but yeah. No, I'm concerned about the violence. It's gonna happen. Do I think it's gonna happen at the actual inauguration? Not particularly, but I think it's gonna be at all the state capitals. Like they're prepared, which is good. But you know, it's all the fucking crazy people that are gonna come out. It's gonna be like the Republican Party's gonna come out. I feel safe in saying that after last week. What is up, Talls and Smalls? That's right, today is the day. Yeah, I was gonna actually do like a suit and like a nice shirt and a tie. Like I was actually gonna get like completely done up. Hey, thanks for subbing. Appreciate you guys. Um, I was gonna get done up, but I put on the shirt and I was like, oh shit, I haven't worn this shirt in like months. I'm real fat now. So that's not gonna happen. So I decided I went from like a newscaster to like um Silicon Valley CEO, as you can see, or E3 presenter. Hey, thanks for the other sub. Uh I've turned off most alerts because I don't want anything to interrupt the actual event, you know. I've also removed my counters and whatnot. So if I miss something, I'm sorry. I will try not to. Fetch. Why don't I get the stream events up? Yeah, it's business time. It's accurate. Thanks, Coloneloscopy. How's it going, bud? Biden for president. That's right. We got a hype train going. I'm trying to think of if I've ever had a hype train. Uh, thanks for the bits, bud. Appreciate you. Um, but yeah, I'm ecstatic about. Jeez, Stars and Smalls, gifted sub. Thank you. That's so sweet. Y'all sweet. Wait, I have a button for this. I have a button for when this happens. Um, hey, it works. Eh. Oh my god, y'all adorable. What's up, Ethan? Tells us most of the bits. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I love you. You can hold on to those. You know. We don't need that here. We're all good. This day is about the president leaving, so the rest of us can live our lives. Uh, yeah, the custom commands is fun. I also got one. Ion's been doing some different stuff lately, so get ready for that. Oh yeah, exactly. It's like I don't know. I said this earlier. I feel like a general malaise has just left. Um, yeah, just like just it's just gone. Like I woke up like feeling like so good, and I barely got any sleep. So what the fuck is going on? Am I dropping frames? Why? There we go. That evened out. That was weird. My my bit rate was fine, but my frame started dropping. It's not important. All right. I got a little something to get us started off. A little something by Mr. Stephen Colbert. I thought, we got some time to kill until 10. So why not key up some stuff? If anybody wants to suggest some fun or news related videos, like if you have something about the what the president's leaving Trump supporters anonymous. But it's the next stream over. Yeah.
What country are we in? Where am I? I smell toast. Railroad, Scranton, corn pop, Barack Obama. Come on, Jack. Hey, Wall Street. How you like my Dow? Want fries with that? No free refills. Get out of here. Get out of here, you kid. Whoa, Jack, that's some loud honking. Better put on my sunglasses. Nope, these are for the eyes. I need one for the ears. Come on, somebody invent earviators. That's right, we're going for it, Jack. Everything's bigger in Texas. Remember the Alamo. Also, remember where I put my glasses. Never mind, they're in front of my eyes. Always the last place you look. Come on. That's right, I'm a transition candidate. Not just because these bad boys turn darker in the sun. It's like magic. 23 skidoo. Solid, Jackson. I thought I liked the Bieber remix, but this original slaps, Jack. Still a believer, though. You got that yummy yum, Justin. Come on. That's right, Jack.
Oh my god.
These boots are made for walking. That's just what they'll do.
Sorry.
4 to 6 weeks. I'm 78.
Thanks for
My
heads up.
bones are as hollow and light as Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, pop, Jack. Come on. Mr. Leader, I just called to congratulate you for congratulating me. Now let's get to work. How about those cabinet appointments? Hello, Mitch, Jack? Hello? What's a face ID? Whose face? My face? Hello, Mabel? Get me Greenwood 6289. Turn on the Victrola. Hello? Mabel, get me Klondike 357. Thanks for the help, Jacinda Ardern. We should team up and call ourselves Jocinda or Bidern or something cooler like the Go-Getters. Come on, Jack. Cinda. I'm as regular as the atomic clock, Jack. No way, Jack. That's a pinstripe donkey. Huh? Huh? Pinstripe donkey. Lufa. Que bueno, amigo. Come on, Jack. Give me some of that big toast. I got bad news about the single-payer health plan. You see, my dog stepped on the keyboard. Long story short, Blue Cross owns all your organs. Bad dog, P.S. Naked the whole time, Jack. Buffing it. I won.
I'm looking for 4 years of this. Wow. You guys are crazy. With the hype train. I do appreciate it. Thanks, Carl. How you doing, bud? How are things on the other side of the pond? Across the pond, as they say. Well, I had the Biden inauguration popped up. Biden's gonna be streaming from his own YouTube channel. Do you ever watch Seth Meyers? Yeah, Seth Meyers is funny. All good here apart from the killer virus and lockdown scenario. Is that the only way to go out? Yeah, it's about the same here. There wasn't another element, but I think we're kind of nixing it out today, so we're patching it. We're patching our reality. Yo! What's up, Laura? How you doing? All right, let's find some other stuff. Let's just I mean, if I just go to the top of YouTube, it should be like fine. Do.
Local reporters from the Washington Post team because they are the only people out here to talk to. And yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on that. Libby?
Oh, this is good.
Thank you so much. You're watching a special report from the Washington Post on this Inauguration Day in the United
Turn it
States.
down a bit so we can chit
Stay with
chat.
us, much more to
Hey,
come.
thanks for the sub, Laura.
Lady Gaga, Jennifer Lopez, and of course, the swearing in of the new president.
Oh, you're sweet.
I made a business out of my passion. I mean, who doesn't love obsessing over network security?
Who doesn't?
Video calls with regional offices.
All right.
Do the things you love.
Now, I'm going to be counting on you guys
Let's take care of business.
because I can't be looking stuff up as I'm doing this.
You're watching a
All that
Washington
much.
Post special report. I'm Libby.
So if something's going on, shoot the links in the station Discord under the politics chat, and I will make sure like we get it all up here so we can all keep up with the events of the day. Thank you, Laura.
White House reporter, also Rhonda Colvin and
Yeah.
James.
And if you're not on there, what are you doing? It's a great time. We have fun.
This has been sort of an epic reporting journey for journalists. You, as a member of the Washington Post White House team,
What did they do?
I got a chance to talk to you and some of your colleagues about your
Hey,
work,
boy.
and
What's up, Jim?
it's been 24 hours, Toulouse. I mean, and in a way that is sort of unprecedented for even what's always a very busy beat. So can you just reflect for us on what it's been like to cover the
What's
Trump
up?
White House?
Wahe.
It's been a whirlwind. This has been a
Wahed?
presidency unlike any other in this nation's story.
How's it going,
history.
Andrew?
For better or for worse, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, or sort of how you feel about this president. Obviously, very strong emotions have been stirred up by his presidency, by his policies, by his rhetoric. And as a reporter, we have had to cover all of that and make sure that we are putting it in the appropriate context. This is a president who, as your previous reporter just said, has bent the truth since the beginning of his administration. And as reporters, we've had to deal with the obfuscations, deal with the misinformation that often has emanated from the president's mouth, from the White House podium. And we've had to try to make sure that we're informing the public and making sure that people know what exactly is happening and can separate fact from fiction. Sometimes the president has blurred those two things.
Okay, so for crowds,
his own set of facts or his own,
instead of having actual like crowds of people, they are they put a bunch of flags up to fill out the mall.
How to cover a president who does not follow the norm.
So you can see it right there in the
does not follow the traditions.
bottom right corner there.
Presidents, we're seeing that this morning. The president is leaving town.
Which, you know, I think
not participating in the peaceful.
considering what we got going on, yeah, it looks nice, right?
President doing things his own way.
I mean, it's already more filled out than Trump's like inauguration. So,
over the past 200 plus years,
and it's raining a lot less.
We've had to cover that and make sure people understand the context.
Not to throw shade, but
and how out of the norm
you know,
it has been, and how much of a whirlwind it has been to cover a presidency that does not follow traditions as normal.
That's where we're at.
Toulouse, being on the White House beat has meant monitoring
Hey,
the
Laura.
feed, which can wait
Congratulations on your client call cancellation.
How different has it been?
Bravo.
Not having Donald Trump on
Bravo.
Twitter. Because there's really a conversation going on, a global conversation about the power of social media companies. A lot of jokes were made about Donald Trump being kicked off Twitter. But what were the real consequences in terms of his communication ability? And
there's no consequences to Trump being kicked off Twitter.
Yeah, over the past few weeks, we have seen how much the president relied on Twitter to get his message out to the American.
So, I don't know how many people have actually heard this, but Twitter says that after they banned Trump, misinformation about the election went down by 72%. 72% is just I mean, if that's all it took, I mean, I'm a little surprised. I mean, just based off of the fact that if it was only just him that was like making it, like propagating it, like for the most part, if he accounted for 72% of it, that's crazy. I'm assuming it also helps that, I mean, Parler doesn't exist anymore, so. I'm assuming that part of it is that a bunch of other like Republican, like far right voices also got banned and stuff. Do we have COVID vaccines approved in the US now? Yeah, we do, but the rollout is pretty slow. Uh like someone like me is not going to get one until probably late uh this year, I would assume. We don't know. Biden's going to try to one of his things is he wants to vaccinate he wants 100,000 vaccinations in the first 100 days, which will be great. We need more of that. He also wants a mask mandate for federal property for 100 days. So that means planes, like transportation, and just federal buildings, which is, you know, fucking fantastic. Yeah, you will. I'm wearing my Greek US Spartan shirt. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's how it should work. It's just gonna take a bit, even. Yeah. Also, yes, I am wearing my party panties today, and they feel great.
Into the briefing room and deliver a message to the American people anytime he wanted to. He could go talk to reporters anytime he wanted to. He'll have less of a
so
megaphone.
JM, here's the thing. Most of our supermarkets also won't let you in without a mask. And people think that's an infringement on their rights. Yeah, I can't wait for federal COVID guidelines. I can't wait for a federal response of any kind. Yeah, like the thing about the US is if you tell someone that they can't do literally anything, they'll be like, "Well, what do you mean I can't do nothing? Like this is my right. You telling me I can't shoot a man?" So, like it's like obviously you can't shoot a man. Like uh stay safe on your hour-long commute, Cap. But you know, it's that's kind of the big one of the big problems with America. They aren't allowed to stay inside. Exactly. Like it's the one of like the fundamental issues, like where people think that they can do anything they want because of like, you know, the freedom of speech and uh the right to bear arms. Like so, you know. It is, Max. I was gonna do a whole suit thing, but I'm too heavy now. None of my dress shirts fit. Trump declined to pardon Joe Exotic. Actually, that that's what we should be looking up. Can we get some notable Trump pardons here in the chat? Someone. There we go. Oop. Is Trump a? No, Trump is on his way to Florida. William Kilpatrick. Lil Wayne, Bannon. Yeah, the Lil Wayne thing is just because, like, what did Lil Wayne do other than support Trump? You think Lil Wayne wanted that pardon? The former mayor of Detroit.
They put out there as a whistleblower. There's no question that
It's all
Trump will be frustrated that he doesn't have the
Oh!
platform that he thinks he will. There has been some talk about perhaps creating a new cable network that Trump could run or own or have a show on. But that
So,
wouldn't have
take notes, guys.
captive audience
If you
that
wanted
we've all had to be
to ever take a gun on a
as
plane,
president. And
apparently all you have to
really
do is
attract
support,
those,
like, a
who are
crazy
kind of
dictator
the most
president.
hardcore Trump supporters.
And you get
And
away
that's
with
the
it.
risk for Trump is that he will still have people who listen to him, and he got 75
That's
million
not me
votes. A lot of those
endorsing
people
that, by the
are
way.
diehard Trump supporters.
We
but
just live in a
the
crazy
people who
fucking
will
world.
still pay attention to what he says are only the people who already
Just
love
to photo
him,
himself
and
with
he'll,
Mr.
in many
Trump
ways,
during
lose
the
his grip over
election
the nation as
campaign.
a whole.
Thanks so much,
Let's
James.
work
Let's
on
go now
criminal
to Jorge
reform.
Ribas, who joins us from Washington,
On
D.C., right
criminal,
downtown.
my
He'll be
God.
monitoring any protests for us today. Jorge, so talk to us about this massive security presence we see in the city.
Right, Libby. So
Who's
I'm here
arriving?
at 15th and K, and behind me is one of the checkpoints going into the perimeter. And you can see a few of the National Guard troops that are stationed right there. It's a few of the 25,000 that are here in the city. And just driving into the city, the city looks, with the infrastructure, security infrastructure that's been built, it's striking to see how different this city looks. You have the fencing, a 10-foot high fencing surrounding the Capitol, the mall, the White House. You have these concrete barriers everywhere, and it's really quiet. I mean, you could look up and down the street. There's people walking, strolling, but it's eerily quiet this morning. There's a few people kind of walking around, mostly press, photographers. Earlier, we saw one guy who tried to, actually standing right behind me, he tried to walk in. He's dressed in sort of like a medieval crusader chainmail, but to show just how intense security is, they turned him around twice. I don't know if he's wearing too much chainmail, but basically they're not letting kind of the stuff people get away with, kind of that kind of things today. So just an intense amount of security.
Apparently he's wearing too much chainmail.
I think it goes without saying this is going to be a very different inauguration than we've seen before.
Jorge, you were at the Capitol on January 6th when it was overrun by that pro-Trump mob. Talk to us about the security failures on that day.
Right. I mean, it's, from the early point in that day when we got there, I think it was obvious and you could see just how understaffed the Capitol Police. I think it's been reported there were about 1,400 Capitol Police there that day. And just looking at the fencing behind me and looking at these barriers,
I would
the
argue
fencing that we saw surrounding
that
the Capitol was kind of just like
once it gets underneath the nip,
3-foot high fencing that was
like
easily breached
above,
as it turned out.
between here and here,
That were there
between here and belly button and like under nip.
Protective gear when we got there.
That's like that. If you have more than underneath the belly button, you have too much chainmail. If you have above the nip, you have too little.
They were just so overwhelmed. I remember at one point we were right near the mob as they were pushing down the gates, and you could see that there was just
like, I mean,
not
that's just
enough
chainmail.
police presence.
Like
the Washington
101.
Post has obviously reported since then that there's been just massive security failures, that the requests for National Guard were not met. And it wasn't until later that afternoon, I think around 5 o'clock, when National Guard troops actually showed up, way past the worst of the mob and the situation at the Capitol. And so what you've seen today is just the complete opposite. The city is completely locked down. There's Guard troops everywhere. Compared to what we saw just 2 weeks ago, the city has been completely transformed.
Jorge Ribas, stay safe. Thank you so much for all of your reporting. Just sort of incredible to see that fencing around you, as well as some of the boarded up businesses we saw. Let's go now to our colleague Mary Beth Albright. Mary Beth, so good to see you this morning.
Laura, someone.
Not just the seat of government. It's also a vibrant and diverse city that's home to hundreds of thousands of people, including me and you. So talk to us about what it's like for DC residents right now.
Thank you so much, Libby. Yeah, it's interesting because for people who see Washington, D.C. as a dateline at the beginning of an article,
Yeah, it's important. I
it's
agree.
easy to forget that it's a place of communities, and 700,000 people call Washington, D.C.
Woo.
the city home, and the
Woo.
DMV, the District, Maryland, and Virginia, the area around Washington, D.C., has almost 6 million people. So these people, we're all living our lives,
But
right?
yeah,
Just like
Laura,
we attend
some
block
like
parties,
reporter was like
we attend
wearing a
sporting events, we go to houses of
thing of
worship. And
chainmail.
so this time has been, I think,
Whew.
a particularly interesting time to be in
That
Washington
is on
and
an
to
empty stomach. I
for many
better fix
leaders.
that.
And the idea that flags and signs that are not that are about the lack about getting rid of diversity, right? Around the city, that's a hard thing for people to
Maybe
take.
he
And
was shooting a bit.
I also think, and especially in a city where 6% are registered Republicans. I mean, most of the
I mean,
people
that could
in
easily
Washington,
be
D.C.,
like
that live a
a
lot in
Daily
metropolitan
Show
areas are registered Democrats
like
or
thing,
independents.
you
And
know?
I do think that there's been this sense of
In fact, that
concern
sounds
about
like
the safety of the
a
government,
lot like a
right? As
Daily
it has
Show
been
thing,
nationally and internationally. But for us, it's also
to me.
people who we know, like my babysitter had to cancel because of trauma from the Capitol Hill insurrection. And so I think that those kinds of things are things that people often, understandably, don't pay a lot of attention to during a time of a national and international crisis. My son, who is now 12, went to the House Daycare Center, the House of Representatives Daycare Center, which is in the Capitol complex. It's not in the Capitol building, but that's monitored by Capitol Police also, and the children there are children of congresspeople and senators and staffers. And so I thought a lot about that too. And I think there's a general concern in DC right now about how long is the military presence going to be here? I mean, Libby, you might remember after the Oklahoma City bombing, Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House was shut down, and that became permanent after 9/11 back in 2001. And back in 2000, and it's a hard, people got upset when this little block of Pennsylvania Avenue was closed, and now people are so concerned about the military presence. And in that downtown area, I mean, there are people's doctors, there are pharmacies. And so I think right now there's a lot of sense in Washington. The old accounting phrase, the tone is set at the top, right? About in a company, whatever the tone is at the top gets down to everybody who works there, ethics, all of those things, how you treat people. And so this idea.
Okay. So, I thought we should all enjoy this beautiful moment where Donald Trump steps out of the White House for the last time. Just try not to smile.
Great honor. The honor of a lifetime. The greatest people in the world. The greatest home in the world. I call it a home. We've had an amazing 4 years. We've accomplished a lot. We love the American people, and again, it has been something very special.
We're subtracting a con. One con. Yeah, let's talk about for a second how that's the first time I've seen Melania smile anywhere near Donald Trump. Like, I've never seen her so happy. And don't get me wrong, she's a complicit, horrible person, right? But also, I think she hates her husband, so we have that in common. I mean, but like, just look at her. I mean, they come out holding hands, and she's fucking ecstatic. Like, she's ready to fucking get out of there. Just like watch it fly off. Yeah. I mean, it's just weird. it's weird not to see someone smile for 4 years. Like, not even once. And then all of a sudden, like that, on that last day, like, just so happy. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. Like, Jeff gets it. It's kind of like, I hate her, but I think that she also hates him, which is kind of nice. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm not gonna pay them much mind after this. This is the last day I'm gonna spare Donald Trump or that family a thought until Don Jr. inevitably runs for office if he doesn't get fucking arrested. That's where we're at, right? Like, it's kind of like, no, I don't want to watch that. I'm not playing that game. We have 5 minutes until the official inauguration stuff starts. Yeah, we'll just switch over to the holding screen. That's a beautiful holding screen. Beautiful holding screen. They're doing great. I really like it. You know, well, this is a good day for everyone. I think this is a good day for you, even if you voted for Trump, even if you support Trump. This is a good day for you, because guess what? You're the underdog again. Like, that's where you do your best work. It's hard to act like you're being suppressed when the president is on your side, right? It's like, oh no, tyranny, but not the guy in charge, right? Just the rest of them. Oh no. I never really understood that whole dynamic where America was kind of like a child, and like in the way where when America misbehaves, like Trump would go like, it's Biden's America, but when it's great he'd go like, oh no, that's my America, that's my America. Like how a parent, like when a child misbehaves, who goes like, oh no, that's your son, right? Like that's kind of how it feels. And it's this weird thing where he's been like, when things are like really bad, he goes, this is what Biden's America looks like. But that's happening in Trump's America. And I'm fucking done with it. And I'm not thinking about it. And I might do another shot. I might do another couple shots. This is a good day. I don't care. It's 9 a.m. and I've already started drinking. Am I ashamed? No, not actually at all. They're leaving Mass now.
From the beginning of the Biden administration, some of the symbols of cooperation, symbols of bipartisanship, and
Aaron,
whether or not
no
that
one will know.
portends to actual bipartisanship and actual working together across the aisle.
Come do a shot with
in
me.
The future. But if there's no even symbolic cooperation, if
do a shot with your
Freedom
friend.
Caucus or others who are very pro-Trump decide not to see Biden as the legitimate president, they decide not to show up for his inauguration, if they start leading resistance measures, including one member of Congress who said that she was going to file articles of impeachment against Biden on day one, that will make it very difficult for anything to get done in a very closely divided
You're allowed
Congress
to sleep after noon.
with Democrats in charge, yes, for the first time in 10 years of the White House and Congress, but with very slim margins and in the House.
I feel very cheering you. Okay.
Very evident.
I do. I feel like I've earned these shots. Like
Bipartisan.
I was like, should I really be drinking at like 9 a.m.? And the answer is, yeah, why not?
Across the aisle, he said that he's going to reach out to.
You know what? Tomorrow is the day where tomorrow is when 2021 starts for me. Like once I unclench my butthole, like there ain't gonna be nothing that I am gonna not do. There ain't gonna be nothing that I'm gonna not do. I don't even know what I just said. It's still a bit early for me, but I'll you in the toast this evening. Fantastic.
People live in. That's right near my polling place. So that's right downtown here in Washington, D.C. Rhonda Colvin, you know, we are watching for symbols today and signals, and this morning's church
I love it.
Is a meaningful experience. One can hope for all those who attended, but it's also symbolic.
It's very symbolic. It's the way Biden wants to start off his.
That's beautiful. It's beautiful out. It's such a stark difference. They say it don't be like it is, but it do.
That church in itself is very historic.
Yeah.
But I think Biden is trying to, again, start with a normal process, start this day with a normal process. We've often seen presidents start at a church or involve their beliefs and their religion into their inaugural festivities. And that's, again, that sign of normalcy that Joe Biden wants.
I mean, I already did my yogurt, so.
It's also so interesting.
Yeah, you can toast with your yogurt.
That this bipartisan group is there. You have Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy. They're both the leaders in the House and the Senate, respectively. They're there. They accepted that invitation.
Exactly. We don't celebration shame
so
here.
I think they too are part of that symbolism.
Unless that celebration involves storming the Capitol, in which case.
The legislative branch. They know that after the events of January 6th, the nation is very divided. It did not end with January 6th. It will continue on. Biden knows that he is inheriting a very divided nation, and he's going to have to sort of.
I think pretty early, Danny. Also, what's up, Danny?
The tension there from the people who were Trump supporters.
Yeah.
And I think the legislators
I think pretty early
right now. They know that. They know that they need to tell the American people that they are behind the president. Now, that's a little different than how they were acting in November and December. You'll remember that Mitch McConnell did not acknowledge Biden's win explicitly until the beginning of December when all the states certify their electoral college counts. So it's taken the Republican leadership a while to come around saying Biden is president. But again, that January 6th insurrection changed a lot of things for Republicans, where they feel they now have to show the American people that they are behind the president.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Thanks also to Tolu Olorunipa and James Homan. Well, the inauguration of Joe Biden is up ahead, and the ceremony includes some big
Thanks for the hydrate.
From Lady Gaga
Appreciate
to Garth
it.
Brooks. We've got it all, so stay right here.
I made a business out of my passion. I mean, who doesn't love obsessing over network security?
Glitchy video calls with regional offices, that's my thing.
Do the
That's
things
kind of
you
what we're
love.
doing today.
Our people at network will help do the things you don't. Let's take care of business. AT&T.
I'm Marianne Cunningham, the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast.
No feed on
One
Copper
of the most
Stream.
bitter inauguration moments we've seen in presidential history was in 1930.
Copper is okay with the feet. You can put feet wherever you want. Also,
president who
Danny,
lost his re-election bid to Democrat Franklin Roosevelt.
where the fuck did you get the feet?
Freedom up on top of the dome, just out of the shot now. She faces over to the east front. We're looking at the west front, because of course that's the site of today's festivities. Looks like we've got an arrival coming up here. We are looking at the East Front Plaza of the Capitol. So the Capitol Visitor Center is actually underneath there. Those kind of pink-toned stone pavers that you see there, that's rose-colored granite. It's from Millbank,
The video
South
audio?
Dakota.
Yeah.
And 160,000 squares of that were used to pave that plaza. Those white, kind of lighter colored borders in between the pinkish toned pavers that they're on, those are white granite pavers. They come from Isle, Minnesota. 40,000 of those.
Thanks for the bits, dolls and smells.
We're looking underneath the porticos here. These are the sort of covered walkways where when folks arrive, they step underneath, protected from the elements, although they don't need it today. We've got no snow and no rain.
Unlike Kennedy's inauguration, where they were clearing snow.
Yeah, and as we've discussed, it was Reagan who moved the inaugural from the East Front to the West, right? And 1981, President Reagan's first inaugural, I think it was like 55 degrees outside. It was a fine day. And then Reagan's second inaugural, 1985, 7 degrees here in Washington. They had to move that indoors at the last minute.
Well, members of Congress are filing in and other dignitaries. Can we hear what? The band?
You can hear the Marine Band. You sure can. They've already started up there. They've got a long day of performance ahead of them here. It really is a full concert.
I said thanks for the bits, baby, to
We're going
Ion.
to hear some familiar tunes.
And then
from
you
them.
cheered
They've
bits
also
as well.
prepared a couple special ones for the occasion. Marches from John Philip Sousa. And the Marine Band, actually, those uniforms they're wearing, those are most similar to what they would have been wearing in the time of President Grant and John Philip Sousa.
I can tell you, having served in the armed forces, wool in the summer, no fun. This is great weather. Great weather for military personnel. I'd rather have it 40 degrees and below than 80 degrees and above.
Yeah, we lucked out with the weather today. I was looking at some tales of former inaugurations, and of course, we'll be hearing from the first ever youth poet laureate a little bit later on today. I know, incredible young lady, just 22 years of age, I think, maybe
Amanda
23.
Gorham, yes.
Amanda Gorham. And Robert Frost was the first poet who was invited to speak at the inaugural 1961 for President Kennedy. Frost had composed a poem for the occasion, but the glare coming off of the fresh snow.
Enjoy the beautiful
the glare
day.
was too bright. He couldn't actually read his own notes. They tried to help him out. Somebody held a top hat over to create a little shadow, and he still wasn't able to read his notes. So 89 years old, the poet Robert Frost actually recited one of his other poems from memory.
Stay.
Janet, we haven't talked about them too much, and we will later. United States Capitol Police. This is pride of them. We have order, we have discipline. Things are moving as they should. So they take pride in this this particular part.
So this is the time when we see people arriving for these ceremonies. We know folks are starting to take their seats out on the West Front.
He's young.
And we're going to be
having
seeing
yogurt,
various people arriving here,
yogurt.
coming underneath. That, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is President Obama.
You're not
arriving.
Oh,
and
Obama.
of course, Michelle Obama there, beautiful plum
Obama.
coat, going into the Capitol underneath one of those porticos.
He never wears a hat.
I never noticed that, but you're right.
The members of Congress used to wear their hats inside the chambers, and then that stopped.
Everybody wore hats in the 19th century. Lincoln, actually, the first inauguration he attended was Zachary Taylor's in 1849. And President Lincoln actually lost his top hat in the massive crowds because, their inaugural
Zachary Taylor
balls and
Thomas,
parties,
the
these events,
president
especially
that died
in
like
times,
a
in the
month
19th
into
century,
office.
there were massive public events that people would come to Washington, flock from all around to. Of course, this year, things are quite different.
Andrew, that's exactly what I thought.
Friends, there's such a thing called
employers
Capitol
should do.
It's something that
it's like
our colleagues.
You should get people off for
during this
voting
to vote closure of the Capitol
during the election.
Capitol.gov.
And
log on, look at our previous
for
recordings.
the
All
inauguration.
that we're talking about. We will do this over and over throughout the year.
What's up, Heavy? Thanks for the sub.
Let's see who's surviving now.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning over here. Good afternoon to you.
As you go. Well, right now I am, yes.
Well, it's when we're talking about people arriving.
William Jefferson Clinton.
There he is, President Clinton arriving there.
Senator Clinton can't be far away.
I would imagine. Again, they're pulling up to the east front of the Capitol, where inaugurations used to be held. JFK, Lincoln,
I appreciate that,
Andrew
bud.
Jackson. Until 1981, moved to the west front so that more people could attend, so that more people could see. Right? We looked down the National Mall earlier. You could see how there was room for people to watch from all kinds of different angles and to really fill up that space. Of course, things are a little bit different this year than they have been for inaugurations past.
Just a little bit different.
I just thought of a trivia question. And
well, Danny, I mean,
how many left-handed presidents have we had? William Jefferson.
We were in delay. How many of these politicians? Well, I know at least one. Jeff, I mean. Yeah, this is like Max's like bread and butter. I feel for him. I do. I hope he gets enough time to actually watch the event. How many left-handed presidents have we had? I know, I cut away right at the good part. I don't know why I did that. I also don't know why it wasn't at the live point. So. That's a fun little trivia fact you're gonna look up. Hey, MC. How's it going, Emma? Do it. Call in sick. Let them call your bullshit. I fully endorse anyone, like, calling into work and being like, I can't. I got a case of democracy. Like, they playing our song. I mean, well, the best we've been in a while, Emma. The best we've been in a while. I'm living my best fucking life. I woke up, watched Trump leave the White House, took a shower and danced. It's fantastic. See, fuck everything until tomorrow. Reschedule. Why don't their instruments have masks? That's a fair question. Am I cursed with the owl? Thank you, Sophia. Get your own team song. That's dope, Jeff. Wish my parents did that. Yeah, but seriously, Aaron, just be like, hey. Can we do this, like, later or tomorrow? It's a weekly meeting. Can happen a different day of the week. This is gonna be cathartic as hell. Yeah, you're not gonna... no one's gonna be tuned into the meeting. That's the thing. If you're having work stuff when history is happening, no one's gonna give a shit about the work stuff. Like, I don't... You know, like... It's scheduled history, like, you know? Right? It's like the coup thing was, like... fucking insane. I was watching, like, the House proceedings with Steve. Me and Steve were just hanging out in a voice chat, and all of a sudden it's like, they're gonna breach the Capitol. Like, we literally watched this, and then we were watching the Trump rally, and then we watched them breach the Capitol. Yeah, don't... like, shit just happens. This is, yeah, exactly, it's scheduled history. You can plan around this. You can say in advance, hey, fuck you, I wanna see history happen. Right? Yeah. It's more convenient. Yeah! Type that verbatim, please do. You can quote me. Lady Gaga's Lord Dance. I think you're thinking of her father, Lord God. Get out. Y'all are silly. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bio break before everything else happens. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music, enjoy each other. And let's get excited, guys. It's happening.
So we get another arrival here, folks, coming off the buses. These are the Biden and Harris families arriving here. Everybody getting ready to go to their seats out on the west front for today's 59th inaugural ceremonies. Gonna look a little bit different than previous years, but this part is the same. Busloads of folks coming up, everybody bundled up for the weather.
Not unfamiliar to President-elect Biden because as vice president.
Yes, absolutely. Good point.
So, you know, think about this for a second. In terms of coming into a presidency, think of all the congressional experience he has in comparison to what everyone else, right? Who has more experience coming into the presidency? This has to be quite a moment for his family to come back yet again, but this time to be sworn in as commander-in-chief.
These folks probably know their way around the hill pretty well, yeah, and this is something that we see in previous inaugurations, right? Their arrivals here. Again, we're on the east front here with the buses pulling up, so these folks will have to travel through the Capitol, across to the other side and out onto the west front, onto the platform.
I can't emphasize this is enough. This is a shot you don't see. This is not something you see from the networks. This particular angle to the Senate side of the Capitol, what we call the carriage door.
Yeah, watching the Biden family coming in like this, you can see up underneath the porticos there. All of the, you can see some Capitol Police officers there as well. You're absolutely right, Ron. This is an angle that nobody else has. We have cameras, I think close to 30 cameras around for this JSIC live stream today. They're in places that other networks don't necessarily have, or the networks don't necessarily have. Press pool. Oh,
look
like
at this. The East Vestibule. That looks like Senator Schumer's posture.
It sure
and behind him would be Senator Mitch McConnell.
We've got Steny Hoyer there with the reddish scarf with, I think, a navy blue jacket. So what we're looking at here, this is actually the east front door. So this is just behind those doors at the top of the stairs. So just to orient yourselves, folks, this is just outside the rotunda. It almost acts as a little kind of a vestibule to the rotunda. Behind the cameraman there in our frame, his back is into the entrance to the rotunda, the east side. Back on the east front, another arrival. We got a bus pulling up here.
I love those steps. Now that's the House
Those
side.
are the House steps there.
And for those that were looking at the top and said, what are those figures? That is called the apotheosis of democracy. It's a pediment. It was sculpted by Paul Bartlett from the state of Ohio.
The inside and outside of the building, just adorned with sculpture, allegorical sculpture, a lot of it, you know, representing not necessarily specific people, but representing ideas. Just like today is, as Chairman Blunt said, you know, an assurance of our continued and unbroken commitment to continuity, stability, perseverance, democracy. The outside of the building, the architecture itself suggests permanence, stability.
Yes.
I'm back.
Oh, good observation. We should mention Chairman Blunt. This is his second opportunity to be chair of the Joint Inaugural Committee.
Catch up.
On inaugural ceremonies. And the last person to do that was Senator Wendell Ford from Kentucky.
All right. Yeah, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, we all call it JSIC for short because acronyms.
Paul Ryan is here.
And they are the official hosts of today's 59th.
One of you should have while I was gone, Danny. I don't know why you didn't.
Our live stream feed, we've got a view of the west front there, looking right at it from the center. You can see the platform there.
That would have been great.
The center is what we
I'm
call
just
the
chilling
lower
in the
west
voice
star
channel.
store.
You know you're
West
welcome
front of the
to.
Capitol. It's where we're going to
We
be
talked
seeing
about this
people coming out
before.
later and taking their seats on the platform.
Now, to the right-hand side, as you're looking at this camera feed, to the right-hand
Also,
side,
Laura, in the politics
majority
chat,
of
that's a
people
sick shirt.
goes right, and higher up would be the media. The sun has obviously an impact upon photography, so that's where they're placed.
Oh yeah. On either side of this, sort of just out of view, there's another set, so you can see the bleachers type things that the spectators would sit on, but just out of view are the press scaffolds that they sit on. And
Yeah,
you're right,
it's dope.
the photographers are
Cookie
all
and
on one
get
side
out.
because the sun can ruin the camera angles if they're not.
Let's listen to our Marine band.
What's up, Frio? How's it going? How's it going? My voice cracked there. How are you doing? Yeah. Doing great. The world is a beautiful place that we all live in. Look at it. I'm breathing for the first time in a couple of years, so that's nice. Hey, hey, hey! Is that Antonio? Is that who I think it is? When we all get drunk? Oh, I'm already started. I've done 2 shots already. How's it going, bud? It's been a while. We gotta catch up soon. You can start drinking right now. Again, I'm 2 shots in, who knows? Who knows how many I'll go through. Unlike the election stream though, these are celebratory shots. And it feels good. Woo! Yeah. You took the day off? That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. See, Aaron, take notes. Take notes. Hi. How you doing, Lady Space? You got us me on the TV. Tonight's top story. Joe Biden is about to be inaugurated as president of the United States. Let's watch. Fantastic. Yeah. Oh, this is a good day. Oh. It's beautiful. It's bright out. Like, I'm 50 inches wide. Shit, that's only like 10 more inches than usual. Honestly, Sophie, it's such a fucking relief. Like, after the past 4 years, like, I literally woke up smiling kind of this morning. Like, I was dancing. Like, I feel good, you know? 50 inches. I think, you know, I speak for most of us when I say, like, it's just it's nice to know that tomorrow the president's not gonna do something fucking crazy. See, that's not fair to Cheetos, though. They didn't support him. What did Cheetos ever do to us? They didn't elect him.
Vice President.
Yeah, how you feeling,
As you
Antonio?
can see, folks, Vice President-elect
feeling it?
Kamala Harris arriving there in the purple. arriving on the east front of the Capitol.
I didn't think I would ever be
greeted by the Senate Sergeant
so
of Arms, Jennifer Hemingway, and the acting House Sergeant of Arms, Tim Blodgett.
Biden's
and
here.
there is President-elect Biden there, just out of the car, moving toward Vice President-elect Harris.
I'm so excited to have a boring president.
Got great weather for this, of course.
Oh, please.
There's Dr. Jill Biden
Please,
there.
God.
And, I would call that a teal.
Teal?
Teal or turquoise?
Who am I to?
I would call it an aqua.
Turquoise with teal trim.
Oh, there's you can see Officer Eugene Goodman close by.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Police officer Eugene
she does look
Goodman,
great in purple.
Today's acting deputy sergeant at arms.
He's in the brown overcoat. Yes.
In the brown coat and scarf there. So, folks, you may have seen United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman. You may have seen some footage of him. So he has the special honor today of being the deputy sergeant at arms.
I see the chair of JASIC, Senator Roy Blunt, close by.
Yeah, so some of JASIC meets them here at the bottom of the
I'm just
going
gonna
to
say it right now. If I cry a little bit, give me a pass. Give me a pass. I might cry a little bit. You might see it.
Klobuchar, I believe, there in the brownish coat, tan coat.
My God.
And here we go, starting the walk up the stairs, the east front stairs. Now remember, folks, presidents used to be inaugurated right here on these east front steps. Presidents were inaugurated here, basically starting with Andrew Jackson.
Oh, Laura, I had no doubt.
I think President Reagan got it right. The West Front is so much better, but it's historic to be on the side.
The move to the West Front in 1981 is one of those things where people think it's always been that way.
Yeah,
just like the Supreme
exactly.
Court
It's been a long time
in
coming.
1935, we think it's always been that way.
Like you were
Here we
saying,
go, going up the east
Antonio.
front
Like
steps.
I'm excited
See
to have
some
a
United
president
States Capitol Police officers flanking
that
there.
isn't gonna have a scandal every day. I don't want. I can't
door.
deal with like a 24-hour news cycle.
Beautiful carved bronze doors.
Like
tourists used to enter through here.
24/7 news
office
cycle.
used to be in the
I should
lobby
say.
out to the left.
Like
Yeah, this door is not used a lot, folks. I have to say, you know, Ron and
I
and
can't
our
handle the
colleagues in
burnout.
Visitor services and guide service, we are in the Capitol just about every day, and we don't see these doors open a whole lot.
Another name for them are the Randolph Rogers doors, cast in Munich by the Royal Bavarian Foundry.
Hell yeah.
10,000 pounds. And the
Fuck
panels
yeah,
show the life
Munich.
of George Washington. Well, his history.
Little scenes, yeah.
I'm
they-
free
scenes
cry
of
on the
them,
internet.
Columbus and Washington, they
Thank
go up
you.
the sides. Also, we got a view of the inside here.
I'll store it with my
Folks
other
coming into
ones.
that east door.
Excellent footage.
There's President-elect Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. You can
I
see
mean,
we got a nice sunny day.
To be fair,
There's Vice President-elect Harris and
the
Dr.
president, who it
friends,
is,
I know what you're
and the JSIC behind them.
this is something that it's like pretty. It was pretty easy to like be like, oh, maybe the president doesn't affect the world.
The color of the day. I
Before
think, is
Trump,
turquoise.
and like the president really affects like the way shit goes globally.
They're going to be playing all day, and
Like
close-up of those uniforms are a little bit of detail
it's
about
rough.
those uniforms. As you know, they have the epaulets, you know, the braiding on the shoulders.
Yeah, I mean,
Ron, trivia question for
you have Boris Johnson. That's not
in the front
just because of you guys.
almost look like a bolo tie, sort of.
I don't, and I should.
They're
Like-
called eglets, and you can see the ones on.
You don't
the,
gotta take the full blame for
opposite
Boris
are
Johnson.
gold. And then the other folks in the band there, Marine band, they have white
Like
epaulets and eglets. So
you don't
those
gotta take
are,
all the blame.
Hang down in the front, little sort of tassely looking things.
Oh, look at the passion of the director. Let's listen together.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the band is good. Yeah, at least he can form coherent sentences. My opinion on Boris Johnson is that he is almost a much scarier man than Donald Trump, because he seems to actually be intelligent, but feigning ignorance so much.
This is typical of inaugurations on the West Front. What are we doing? Waiting patiently.
I think that may be Representative Delorio
We were living
there.
in such
her
a
green
blissful
footwear
ignorance.
just at the top of camera now, but she's
so I can
usually
hear
got
myself talk.
some distinctive
how
hair
important the
color
presidency is and how
clothes that you
archaic.
can spot
Yeah,
even
no,
with
like
masks on. It's difficult sometimes to identify
this is
members
if
of
we don't
Congress,
like start
when
fixing
everybody
shit
is
now,
masked
like
up
we're
in this pandemic.
like it's just gonna happen again.
People have watched for a couple hours now, and they might be wondering, well, wait a minute, I see marble that's different.
Max started calling our dogs
Oh, yeah.
Bobo. Bo is Jack.
Marble from Vermont.
And now we're
Maryland,
fighting.
Massachusetts, specifically Massachusetts.
Yeah, and on the inside of the building we see a lot of sandstone
Oh.
and a little bit of concrete. These are concrete walls here inside what we sort of lovingly refer to during inaugurations as the chute. Right?
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
where, people are going to be sort of slaloming out.
He's more
if you
dangerous
will. The
that
chute
because of
brings
that.
to mind, kind of like a water park, right? But they're going to kind of come down.
But
from
I
the
also
top
feel
and
like
out
a lot
those
of
doors onto the
you
platform
guys
on the west side.
don't
The door just
fucking
behind
like
us in
support
the
him.
shot.
So
The chute is at the bottom of the staircase, which
You know.
connects to the crypt.
Boris dad's
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Boris
direct your
Johnson's
attention
dad.
toward the inaugural platform.
That's the thing.
The chairman
Also here's
of
the
the
trooper
Joint
wearing
Chiefs of
solid
Staff,
colors
General
inside.
Mark A. Milley.
Not GOP red or Democrat blue. Yeah. It's a good point. I mean, they're all wearing
General
like
Milley coming out now, chairman of the
cool
Joint Chiefs of Staff.
colors, though. You know, they're still wearing like, you know, blue-leaning colors.
Previous inaugurations, you would just see tens of thousands of people. But see, this is still
Kamala
quite a moment.
actually is wearing
Yeah,
purple,
this
which is just
platform
blue and
normally
red.
packed,
So
elbow to elbow.
Pretty good.
Folks in there, just like the early House and Senate chambers, actually. You know, National Statuary Hall members were
Yeah.
crammed in there elbow to elbow until they expanded into the new House chamber in the 1860s.
I want our public, I want our audience to, maybe not now, but this afternoon, this evening,
I mean, Obama's half brother was a Trump supporter, so
you will see people sprawl.
you know,
Not on the west side, but the east front, everywhere, hanging from the dome.
like you know,
places
family
where-
is
This is
fucking complicated.
most appropriate side.
Yes, famous photograph of Lincoln.
Also, people aren't close
inaugural.
sometimes.
It's just crammed with spectators.
That
is Steve Scalise there on the right, I believe.
Danny dunk tank the fucking impeached president.
He would be the minority whip.
Our Marine band playing. They've got, like I said, they've got a full day. They've got a full concert. It's one tune after another there.
I hope that for you too.
We're gonna be hearing
bud.
from them.
I
familiar
hope you can
tunes
wear
and some
someone
special
fierce to the
selections.
inauguration.
Marine band, they've also got what's called the blood stripe, I believe, down the side of the trouser leg, which is unique
Right.
to their uniform.
Yeah, that's something that like we haven't really
we're back
talked
to the
about.
shoot.
Like, they're gonna have
Ron's
pets
leaning
back in the
close
White
to
House, which
identify
is
who we're
you know
seeing
something
on
that
screen here.
they've always had. Like they've had for like decades.
Being
President
shown
has
their
a pet.
marks, how to come out. I think
It
that
humanizes
might be
them.
Clyburn in the red hat.
From South Carolina, it is.
I think Trump probably didn't have a pet because
And everybody's got to know
yeah,
before they come out where they're
he is a
going to.
sociopath. Yeah, I think you're dead on.
There's the signed seating. There's little
Ladies
signs
and
on the
gentlemen,
chairs. We
leadership
saw a
of
little
the
bit of that
United
earlier.
States House of Representatives.
There will never be a
The
first pet
Honorable
rat.
Stephen Scalise and Majority Whip.
It's
James E.
optics wise, it looks too bad. There'd be
So
too
for our
much
young
shit
students, when you hear the
flying
word
at them
whip,
for the
that's
pet
person
rat.
that assembles the
Unfortunately.
votes. That person makes calls and addresses before a bill gets to the floor, so they have a good idea whether it should be
Well played.
it's going to go through or not.
The term comes to us, I think, from hunting. It refers to the whipper in, sort of rounds up and make sure all the hunting animals are pursuing in the right direction. So it's a good metaphor for our whips in Congress to sort of round up everybody to vote. Got some more folks coming down from the
Don't you dare say never. I mean,
state of Vermont. I saw Senator Thune in front.
It's not gonna happen. Like there might be a hamster.
Those columns that you see, the crypt of the Capitol.
You could get a first rat if you don't call it rat. If you call it something else, it just can't be perceived as a rat.
The act of secession is important, and this is going on with such good precision. As it,
I can't imagine Melania doing much of anything. Also, how's it going, Rihanna?
For members of the
Welcome.
An event commonplace and miraculous. This peaceful transfer of power, and the fact that it's all orchestrated.
How now would be.
Coming off together.
How or now?
There's Senator Graham.
Lindsey Graham. I see Senator Dick Durbin.
Dick?
Who I ran past by in the cleaners last week.
Just the name Dick Durbin.
Like Senator Cory Booker was in front of them as well.
Silly.
Well, they're squinting at us and we're squinting at them.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
Probably folks recognize Bernie Sanders.
I love
Senator from Vermont.
I love that Bernie can never do his hair in any like meaningful way.
He could be in a short sleeve shirt. I mean, he's used to this. This is
really comfortable weather for today's inaugural compared to some years past.
Yeah. I think that's
such as President George W. Bush.
That's right.
I can recall walking down the street, sliding on Constitution Avenue, just trying to get a glimpse.
Chester Cheetos.
1829.
Again,
inauguration, the
not fair to Cheetos. As a brand, they've done nothing wrong.
This tradition that we're observing today, of course, this tradition is
I'm doing great.
Far older than you,
I'm 2 shots in and I'm loving life.
But this tradition has also evolved over time. It's changed. And things have changed about it. And so today's inaugural looks different than previous years.
Ladies and gentlemen,
there have been a lot of
leadership
differences.
of the United States Senate. President Pro Tempore Emeritus, the Honorable Patrick Leahy and Mrs. Marshall Leahy. Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin and Mrs. Rima Doden.
It's happening.
Majority Whip, the Honorable John Thune and Mrs. Kimberly Thune. Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer and Mrs. Irish Wineshaw Schumer. And President Pro Tempore of the Senate, the Honorable Chuck Grassley and Mrs. Jennifer Hines.
If your hair is
Senator
perfect,
Patrick Leahy
you don't have to work hard.
has time
Yeah.
for everyone. We see him on tour everywhere. His office is close by the rotunda. He'll greet everyone. He can give the tour. It's just amazing.
He has been a special guest on many of my tours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the members are so engaging with people. The late Congressman John Lewis, I can recall years ago, I waved him over. He says, "I'm going to vote and come back." And I said in my mind, "No way." It took 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But he came back and spoke to those young people. Well, Mr. Vice
I'm
President
ready.
Pence used to stand up.
Ready for more.
When he was a member of Congress, he used to stand up on the benches in the rotunda and give tours. I recall that all the time. That looks like Kevin McCarthy from California.
I believe we'll be seeing the beginning of the
Hey.
leaders going out to the platform here.
You have a good day at work, bud. Stay safe.
That might be Senator
Stay healthy.
from the back again there.
Who once
Love you.
was the chair of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
We'll talk later. Also, if you're not already checking out Max, go check Max out. He's a great guy.
You have to notice this. The wind has.
Maybe he'll
picked
come
up.
back to streaming sometime.
Yeah, it looks that way.
You know. But he'll make you laugh. He'll keep you happy. And if not, he's going to be honest with you.
I love this. The Constitution brings us here. It's really one sentence
Oh my
that is
God.
necessary. The oath. Well, 37 words or 30.
You know, it
35
originally
minutes.
said, "I do solemnly swear or affirm I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States." And James
Hell yeah.
Madison and George Mason insisted the chief executive should also swear an oath to the Constitution. And so Congress approved that version. So they added a little bit to that oath of office.
That's what brings us here, the Constitution. And this date is because of the 20th Amendment. This was mentioned in the video earlier. Senator George Norris from the state of Nebraska proposed this.
Yeah, I very well might cry tonight. Today.
Yeah, again, in terms
this
of those
morning.
things, we think of them as always happening this way. We think inaugurations always in January, but until quite recently, they were happening at other times, including March. We saw earlier in response to our trivia question that George Washington was actually inaugurated April 30th, but a lot of the other ones, March 3rd or March 4th.
Or in some cases, if it's on a Sunday, March 5th.
Yes, and if inauguration falls on a Sunday, that's right. They do not have it on the Sunday. They do kind of a small swearing in and then the official ceremony the next day. Actually,
really?
Wilson, I believe it was inaugurated on a Sunday. That happened once. Looks like Senator Mendez from New Jersey.
Duration's gonna be on a Sunday.
Forgive us
they
if we're
move
hesitating. It's difficult to see sometimes with masks.
Why?
Also, the Capitol has been closed to tours out of an abundance of caution, of course, for some months now. And so, although these 535 members of Congress.
Also, guys, how's the stream looking?
Our bosses, I would say. We haven't seen.
I'm seeing some dips over here, but maybe it's just me.
You know what's fun, Janet? I've seen times where former members of Congress, they've just casually walked up towards the West Front, and they know they don't have a seat, but they kind of blend in. That's kind of fun.
I think we saw some former members around earlier. Here's former Vice
trying to
President
kill me,
Dan Quayle,
Rihanna?
the Honorable Dan Quayle, about to step through the chute and out the door. And again, we've got
I
camera
would
angles here that
absolutely
folks, not a lot of
die.
people do.
There won't be a stream much longer if I do that.
Although there is a little zone set aside, so if anybody, there's a little moment off camera where they can straighten a tie or just do a quick check, every hair is in place. Of course, with the wind on the platform, there's only so much you can do.
How many steps are there, Brendan?
Handshake, but the.
Yeah, we're seeing fist bumps here. Former VP Dan Quayle heading out there.
Okay, cool.
We thought
frame rate's a little
Mrs.
choppy
Quayle,
on your end.
Marilyn Tucker Quayle, I believe, was going to be accompanying him, but looks like he is out there by himself today.
Not that bad. I mean, I can't do much about it. I'm just wondering.
A lot of things different this year. This
My
scene doesn't always
bit
look
rate's like
this.
hasn't dipped below like 2700, so
have
it's
to get up and move around, and they are able to
just
move around.
weird.
So I think we're seeing a little bit more socializing and photo taking, and of course, as we mentioned, not handshakes, but handshake equivalents. Safe handshake equivalents.
To be clear, we miss the people.
Of
no
course.
question. We miss the people. They belong here, and just this year.
Well, this is the people's house, you know, and we were talking earlier, you and I, as
There's a lot that close. Then you haven't been in the Capitol all week.
Members of Congress
Get out of
here.
here.
During our tours. We'll be taking a group of public around through the rotunda or through the crypt or National Statuary Hall, which is the former House chamber. And, you know, there is no separate space, right? If a member needs to get from one side of the building to the other, they go right through those spaces. And very often, it's fun to point out. People will recognize their own member from their district. They
Gene Goodman, the black cop who faced down the mob at the riot and basically said the guy is That's fantastic.
From Michigan. You know, you mentioned about
the
People's
good to hear that,
House.
Jeff.
Inaugurations take place here.
Well, yeah, the city's on
Yeah.
fucking lockdown.
That's a really good point. Where do we not? Where
I do like to hear that.
They make the laws that protect us. Here.
Officer Goodman,
elected officials, here.
It's there.
Accountability. Congress.
The other guy's name, like, someone made like a meme about how we should like apologize to Hideo Kojima because of like his naming conventions, because literally an officer named Goodman was against someone. I can't remember what the other guy's name was, but it was like ridiculously like villainous.
Now that star in the center is called the Compass Stone.
Yeah, it feels like purple's the color.
Senator Clinton and former President William Jefferson Clinton.
They just stepped through the crypt of the Capitol, heading out now down into the chute, and we'll be seeing them on the platform really soon. back on the platform here, you can see to the left the podium where the action's going to go down. And again, this is constructed. This is all kind of built onto the side of the Capitol. There's actually a section of railing, which is removable. It's a massive stone balustrade. It just looks like you couldn't lift it for anything, but every 4 years it's lifted out so that there's a pathway for folks to get out onto the West Front here.
It looks like you couldn't lift it for anything.
We should also mention the mace is brought out here. That's the symbol of power and authority. You can make the argument that is the oldest relic in the Capitol, and it's brought out under the direction of the House Sergeant of Arms. Well, it is.
Eugene Best
So many
Man.
traditions, and we have more of those wonderful videos to show you all later on, highlighting some of these traditions that take place. This is an inside view. This is another angle I don't think anybody else's cameras have.
No, that was coming from the law library door.
Hey, it's
Coming up
Bush.
from the law library door.
Yeah, that was
Hello,
from the
Bush.
law library in 1860.
And into the crypt.
Yes, the Supreme Court used to be in that area. They moved upstairs because the Senate moved into
I think it's just a badass color.
We've seen some exterior
Ladies
views
and
of cars
gentlemen,
pulling
the
up.
42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, and
Did
the
they just
Honorable
call
Hillary
it a
Rodham
cum
Clinton.
I don't think so, but
Yes, every president that is in attendance and First Lady is announced.
I imagine it's more
And
with the
that's the
women's
Bushes coming
suffrage
through the
than
crypt now.
unity. I don't know.
Down the other side of the crypt.
Yeah, I'm really
They'll
glad
be on
that
the
he can't
platform
treat.
soon too with the Clintons.
Also, yeah, Bill, what the fuck? I mean,
No, normally we would hear the roar of the crowd for every one announced, and it is noticeably different.
yeah.
I mean, I've always staggers me to imagine how Reagan's second inaugural in '85, how they had to move it into the rotunda and try to
7
stage
degrees.
this massive event inside. Because you mentioned earlier James Monroe's inauguration outside. The first one to be held outdoors, and the number of people attending just,
Obama.
you know, astronomically more. All right, we've got the Obamas coming through, about to enter into the crypt there.
Quite a presence that couple brings.
Yeah.
I'm looking for his coat tomorrow.
Now that you've mentioned to me,
Oh, it's
you've
just
never
so
seen
it's so
him,
nice to
I-
see Obama.
Looking for hats.
It's always like
He's been in it's just rare when he's in the Capitol building.
I mean, we'll know soon enough, Laura, what the intent was.
And all these folks we're seeing, this is their home.
Oh, great.
They have memories here going back years.
Is it snowing a
familiar
little?
Faces around.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush.
The Bush is coming out of the chute and onto the platform. Oh, we got a scarf slip there. You're
Is
right, that
Melania
wind is
free now?
coming.
Yeah, I think Melania's free.
The Bush legacy, formidable.
Kev, we're talking
There
days,
is a
not
tree
months.
planted to President Bush
we're
on the
we're
house side of
talking
the
weeks
Capitol.
at most.
And the member's name
Like-
is eluding me, Lamar Smith, who had it planted. Yes, I passed by it.
She wants to go back to
quite
New York,
frequently.
and he can't step foot in New York, if we're being
No,
honest here.
inaugurations
They're-
almost like track the
that city
history
would
of
eat him
technology
alive.
in this nation. You know, think about the early ones. There's no radio, no television. There's no amplification.
Mar-a-Lago
They
doesn't even
complained that
want
they
him.
couldn't hear George Washington giving his speech.
So,
The first one to have
You know.
amplification, 1921, Warren G. Harding. Oh, we have got the justices arriving
Executive
here.
branch.
You mean the judicial branch?
Excuse me, judicial branch. Excuse me.
There's the herald trumpets.
You mentioned inaugurations. How about President Lincoln? People were within 10 feet from him.
Oh, yeah.
Soldiers with weapons.
Those are called tabards, those things
mean,
that hang on their trumpets there.
Trump
They have
didn't
two
think he was
sets. They
actually
have a
gonna
navy
win
blue
in
and a white, so those are the
2016.
navy blue that we see there on the herald trumpets.
but, you know,
U.S. Army herald trumpets.
We
So
all
our
suffered for that.
justices in their robes coming down. It's my understanding that they gather in the
Ladies
old
and
court
gentlemen,
chamber.
the 44th
Get the robes
President
on
of
and
the
kind of come all out
United States,
together.
the Honorable Barack H. Obama and
All
Mrs.
right.
Michelle Obama.
Time to hydrate. I'm gonna do a shot.
The applause there.
The next one I will water, but
Very helpful to have
I'll do a
announcers.
half shot.
As a senator, I once shared the same elevator with him.
You know, I
Sit
got
after you.
here. I actually moved to Washington on Election Day in 2008. Came here to work at the
Did-
Capitol. Just
I don't know if you were here for this, Danny, but we watched Melania smiling so big as she left the White House. I've never seen that woman smile near
As we mentioned
Donald
this year,
Trump.
You know, different seating than in years past.
Cheers, everyone out there. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Justice Sotomayor will be doing the swearing in later for VP elect Harris. You Kavanaugh.
What?
Fuck you, Kavanaugh.
Yeah, fuck Kavanaugh.
Yes, careful, everyone.
Yeah, everyone needs to watch their step.
Yeah, I wish you were at home shooting shots too, bud.
It's just
That
not
sucks.
that simple.
Well, this is a historic building.
Oh.
It's,
Well, just to get to that point, there's other areas. Justice Barrett, I see, just towards the end.
Elena Kagan there.
Yep.
Here's
Justice
Kev.
Kavanaugh.
It would seem that they have stepped out in order, almost in the way that they're seated, right? Because they're seated in the chamber, Chief Justice in the middle, and then the other Associate Justices
Ladies and
fan out on
gentlemen,
either side
the
in
children
order
of
of
Vice
experience.
President-elect Harris and Mr. Douglas Imhoff, Cole Mackin Imhoff, and Ella Rose Imhoff.
I didn't know
You know, I was reading that
Kamala Harris had
we have a
children.
lot of stepmothers involved
Yes.
in the ceremony today. Dr. Jill Biden, stepmother to President
Oh.
Biden's sons, and then of course
That
Vice
tracks.
President-elect Harris, stepmother to these two individuals.
I looked it
here.
up. I was looking at Harris's like
This is likely
Wikipedia
as
or
much
something. I was
as
like,
we'll
does she have
see
any
of the
kids?
children
And it didn't
as
show up.
Coverage of
So
young
interesting.
people. It's out of respect to the family, so.
Being shown to their seats. They are young, 21 and 26.
That's- yeah.
And Vice President-elect Harris has been their stepmother for a few
Happy
years now.
Inauguration
They were,
Day, Sonic. How you
mid-teens.
doing? Hey,
This seems so strange that there's so few people there.
we made it. We did it.
But
We
It looks
survived.
very
What is she
different
wearing?
than Inaugurations past.
I don't know.
But
It
this
looks kind of
tradition is
like
so long that although this looks different than
kind
the
of like
last
a
one,
weird
and the one before that,
bedazzly
it may not look that
kind
different
of
than the ones at the very beginning. You know, we talked
Uh,
about 1801.
shoulders.
And people saying they couldn't
Yeah.
spot Jefferson because he
It's her
wasn't
style.
wearing any special
I'm not gonna
sash,
judge.
hat or anything.
yeah, they are her husband's kids. They just didn't show up on her like thing
Coordination
when
of-
I just searched her name.
spacing.
These are more family members here, I believe.
Are these the Bidens? Look.
These are the Biden's children here. So this is Biden family members.
My God, there's so many Bidens.
I've toured President-elect Biden.
All right, Rihanna.
You know,
Survive that work call.
You know, I think folks, when they think about visiting the Capitol, they think about sending their
Good
young
luck.
students here on field trips from all over the nation, or think about coming in and looking at the artworks with us. But we do give
Looks
tours
more like an
some
orange
some
exploded on
important
her
guests,
shoulder.
dignitaries.
Very fortunate.
Oh, okay.
Former President Clinton there, shown on the platform.
We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour, and in another hour, President Biden-elect, well, he'll be sworn in, and we'll hear his remarks in less than that time. So Yes, people have waited a long time, but the end is near.
There we go.
All right, so the Biden children, grandchildren, about to step into the chute and out onto the platform. Robert Hunter Biden II, Ashley Blazer Biden, and the grandchildren of the president-elect there. So folks have passed through the crypt and sort of out and down the other side. Down here toward the west front, they're about to step through the draped door that we've been looking at from the outside of the platform, kind of just beneath those flags.
A question one might ask.
Ladies and gentlemen, the children of President-elect Biden, Robert Hunter Biden II, and Ashley Blazer Biden, also the grandchildren of the president-elect.
Now, I just want to point out the Marine Band here is playing John
My
Philip
God,
Sousa
Kev.
March, which is called Bow Ideal. As we see the Biden children and grandchildren headed out to the platform to take their seats.
This is the area of the Capitol Visitor Center.
Yeah, that's the area where the visitor center attaches
I
to the old front of the Capitol.
didn't actually think Mike Pence was gonna show up.
Here you can see sandstone from the 2000s.
Like honestly, I assumed that he would
And a little clear window in the floor.
just not.
Coming through the
Right?
crypt.
With the approach of Vice President Pence, who's a pretty cool customer. If this isn't emotional, it will be when he leaves on the East Front. So
Who's a pretty
interesting
cool
to see
customer.
for him and his wife.
Here comes Mike
Just
Pence
their
and
posture
mother.
coming down, what the emotions might be.
Yeah.
Has to be surreal.
If this isn't clear, fuck Mike Pence.
And while all this is happening, the platform filling up with members, the president-elect waiting somewhere inside the Capitol.
You don't get to be an asshole for 4 years,
If you can
do the
imagine
wrong
folks
thing,
being
and then like
backstage
do
before a big performance,
one thing
the jitters,
properly
the
and get
butterflies,
away.
hoping you remember your lines, hoping you remember your marks, right where you're supposed to stand.
Yeah, I remember reading that he was like going
Have
to
these cameras and spots,
like come, but
watching folks come down the steps.
I didn't think he was actually gonna show up.
Just
Michael
behind those
Pence
steps is
coming
actually the spot where they were meant to entomb George Washington, underneath the crypt of the Capitol.
I mean, he does
Vice
look
President
like a
Pence
villain.
here, about to step out from the chute. We see the Obamas on the platform. Soon there'll be an announcement for everybody to be seated, but not yet.
You know what I've noticed? And I was
We do
looking
have
at it
ways
last
that we have
night.
The national anthem to be rendered.
I was watching Colbert.
Yes. We have performances.
And
to watch.
you know how like
Poems
presidents
here.
usually age like 10,
This
20
program
years
has-
when they're in
has,
office for like 4
expanded
years.
and contracted over the years.
That's what's happening to the late night
According to
host.
the priorities of the day and according to the traditions.
Stephen Colbert
of-
looks
sorry,
like he's
excuse me,
aged
according to the conditions
10
of the day. When they
to
had to cut
20
things short
years
for one reason or another, they probably
in the past 4
you know,
years.
left some things out, and other times.
And
people
I
thought,
feel
I've
for him.
got this
I feel
moment,
it.
I'm gonna hear my favorite poet, and I'm gonna hear my favorite musician.
Like,
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President, the Secretary
but
of the
Donald
Senate,
Trump looks
the
about the
Honorable
same.
Julie E. Adams, and Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives, Catherine Spindor.
yeah. I'm surprised that Pence
We got the Secretary of the Senate,
showed
Chief
up.
Administrative Officer of the Senate there, accompanying.
Yeah,
Vice
exactly.
President
Telling Trump he
Pence.
can't overturn the election is a low bar.
And Karen Pence, his wife.
But
There's
I'm
Vice President Pence
surprised
getting
that
ready
he
to come
showed
out
up
of
after
the chute.
the past like 2 weeks.
The Pences have visited my church. Yes.
You know, even with all the security, I wouldn't.
Yeah, Vice President Pence is.
If I was him, I wouldn't
I think
leave
probably
like
the member
my
of
home,
Congress,
probably.
Senate that visitors have spotted the most on my
I
tours
hate the
in
man,
past couple of years.
but
He has time
also
for people, doesn't he?
I don't
stops
think he
and
should be
shakes
hanged.
hands.
I don't think they should
Full
be
school groups of 8th graders
lynching Mike
run over
Pence.
to meet the vice president, and again, it's one of those moments folks can't believe they're having. Came on a tour of the Capitol and saw the vice president. Oh, there they are, those tabards on the herald trumpets.
Is restricting him from seeing
Ladies
his
and gentlemen, the
dermatologist.
Vice President of the United States,
Huh?
the Honorable
Wait, what
Michael
did I
R.
say?
Pence and Mrs. Karen
What
Pence.
did I say that led to that?
Let's Joe!
Hey!
Quite a warm reception.
You want a shot?
Like Hail Columbia.
I am working, sir.
Yeah, I know.
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think this is another
No, I'm
Susan
not.
Martin.
All right, after. Let's Joe.
As the Pences step out onto the platform, headed to their seats.
Oh,
Let's
the
Joe.
flag, yes.
Let's Joe was the greatest invention of the past 6 months. Yeah, exactly. He spent the last week distancing himself from Trump, but like he's still like Mike Pence doesn't want to be anywhere near Trump anymore either. No one wants to be near Trump. He's a fucking like he's a dumpster fire of a man. But
See some of the justices
you know, it's a dumpster fire where you can like stop looking at because it's in the middle of the desert now or some
Familiar
shit,
too?
you know? Yeah.
You can hear the audience singing "This Is My Country." You can hear
I was reading about the Marine Band uniforms, and they have a slightly different uniform for the orchestra because those epaulets on the shoulder make it very hard for them to hold the violins and such. It's an incredible thing to think about uniform design having to.
Who made that
conform to
quote?
what musicians need to play their instruments.
Who did this? It's a funny quote.
Vice President Pence there. Oh, we see there's Dan Quayle and George W. Bush there exchanging a greeting on the platform. Former presidents and former vice presidents and justices, you can see
Yeah,
them all
no one's
there.
defending Mike Pence, Brian.
And families.
No one's defending Mike
Harris
Pence.
family that we see here.
Did you notice those two strollers earlier out on the east front? I think.
I didn't see the
Yes, there were
strollers.
two strollers
Sure.
on the east front. I think we know who was in those strollers now.
I think
Hell
we
yeah.
got some small ones there.
We know who's in those strollers. I don't know who's in those strollers.
I think maybe the only equivalent in most of our lives maybe is attending like a graduation ceremony for a family member, perhaps. And
Graduation, commencement, I would agree.
yeah, the idea of everyone, the time
Yeah.
it takes for everyone to find their seats, and then for all the
Hey.
names to be announced, and then for everybody to depart.
Hey, I'm giving
Dress
Danny a
celebration.
gifted sub.
Right?
Yes.
Thanks, babe.
We should mention to people there is a plan.
Danny,
B if we
enjoy
don't have
those
it on the west
emotes.
front outside, and a plan C. But
Seating down here on the west.
Luck
front
of the
lawn.
draw there.
So members of Congress, some
Luck of the
former
draw.
members, other guests.
some of our colleagues are working in that area.
Those mayors and governors that we saw earlier arriving, the diplomatic corps, all these folks have found seats. And of course, everything spread out due to the pandemic.
Yeah. Everything's spread.
You can
What the-
see President-elect Biden there at the top corner of our screen. Lots of photos being taken.
So many photos.
Some family members.
Hey,
Those are the Biden granddaughters. there,
Aaron,
the
let me
three,
just give you a
ladies in
tip.
Sort of pastel color coats.
If you
There
call
is
in
an
and go,
interesting fashion strategy
I quit.
today. Folks
that'll
seem to
take care of
bright
most of
colors
your
so they can be
problems.
spotted
Probably.
among the sea of dark overcoats on
Probably.
the platform. But
I
again,
mean,
it's a little more spread out. Than
It adds some more, but like, I mean, in the immediate.
Pick out individuals.
it'll probably deal with it.
Another view of the
It's
moon
like
around here.
a good old fuck you. I'm watching the inauguration. Is a good move.
Gone back into the entrance.
Coming out the west
Obviously.
door,
Yes, once you're
nobody's
out,
back in the west
once you're
door.
out, I think that's it.
The cats need me in my cup. I mean,
oh,
yeah.
Coming down the east staircase.
An Albert Bierstadt painting there on the
Yes.
staircase.
An Albert
there.
Bierstadt.
His VP-elect
That
Harris.
Amazing.
That people just saw used to be in the House of Representative chamber.
And they're preparing to walk across the crypt. So that escalator you can spot at the back of the shot, that's leading down into the Capitol Visitor Center, the newest part of the Capitol complex, opened up in 2008.
December 2nd. I remember that one.
Also,
Officer Goodman.
is that? Yeah.
In the light
Okay,
brown
cool. I have a
coat.
button.
Well, that's going to be quite a moment.
Fantastic.
Quite a moment.
So if you're not already part of our Discord, it's a great place to go and just, chat. We have a nice politics channel, which so far has been kind of a godsend. It's full of sane people,
Crypt. So again, in the pale light brown coat there, United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman.
So if you want to join in on that, go for it.
Deputy Sergeant at Arms.
Yes. For this ceremony.
Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms.
Excuse me.
Eugene Goodman. Eugene O. Goodman. Private First Class, United States Capitol Police.
Very soft-spoken gentleman. Says 4 words a week. Just
He's a familiar face to us and to our colleagues in the guide service. And he's a face that you all may have seen.
I want to see the crypt.
Recently. And some photographs and video of the Capitol. We can hear the footsteps of VP-elect Harris coming down the stairs.
Nope. Shit.
From the crypt.
She almost tripped there. My
Officer Goodman, this
my
is
heart skipped a beat there for a second. I was like, oh no. This can't start with Kamala Harris eating shit on the steps of the Capitol. It can't.
You can see his eyes sort of going back and forth. Now, of course, he's seeing familiar faces all around him, but
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer, Private First Class, Eugene O. Goodman.
well, crescendo of applause, and we know who that's for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Officer Goodman.
If there's anyone that's deserved applause, it's that guy.
oh, there we see Speaker Pelosi. And it looks like the rest of the JSIC there preparing to cross. So
Warrior in the red scarf.
Who's that Sith Lord in the back?
It's the Joint Congressional Committee.
Right over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Vice President-elect Harris, who resigned her seat as a senator from California just yesterday.
I am one with my
Harris
cats.
will be sworn in as
Get
Vice
out.
President.
What are you talking
so her
about?
office within the Capitol will move.
I'm happy for you
From her
guys.
senator's office to the vice president's office.
That's really
Senate
Richard
side of the
Nixon
Capitol.
that really.
She got the
transferred
corner
the
office
function of
now.
the Vice presidency, working towards the old executive office building.
And putting the locus of the vice president office here at the Capitol. Because of course they are the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. All right, so
Hell
on
yeah.
the camera there on the
Hell
left, you
yeah,
can see,
Antonio.
Representative Hoyer in the red scarf, member of
Ugh.
the Joint committee, the JSIC, Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
What can you put in your black tea? I don't know.
VP-elect Harris hugging her.
I'm gonna use my magic phone. Actually, Antonio, what should she put in her black tea? You're pretty good with this stuff. I don't spike tea often.
Oh, that's a moment there. Vice President.
VP
Vice
meeting
President.
VP.
Yes, Harris-elect. Vice President-elect Harris, yes.
Rum.
And notice
My experts say rum for black tea.
chairs out there, but that's a real chair and a real table. And on that table, I believe, are some of the sacred texts that are going to be used today. Representative Clyburn.
Yeah,
there
black tea
having a
with rum.
moment With VP-elect Harris.
That sounds about right. Make yourself a hot toddy, tea, whiskey, lemon and honey. Like that. I mean, I don't have the time to do that.
Do I see snow?
I see snow.
Wait, were you trying to? Yeah,
Schumer.
you can't at your. Oh!
Those are
I just realized that Dave was
It has
messaging
considerably dark.
The
you
wind did pick up.
on the same account. I just understood what happened. You seemed like a crazy person for a second.
Well, soon to be the 46th president.
Yeah, talls and smalls is two people.
Joseph Biden. Dr. Biden.
For anyone who's
Getting ready to cross
new
through
to the
crypt.
streams, talls and smalls is two people. Yeah. Which is why they have their own emotes to denote who's talking. You know? Yeah. Oh, Joe.
We'll wave to the camera, yes.
They're a two-headed
I
orc.
can't stress enough that we have cameras in areas that you won't see on any other live stream.
They're like really trying to keep people on this live. They're like, we have all the cameras.
Shots, this idea
The
that you can
Joint
see into the
Congressional
visitor
Committee
center.
on Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican DeChico, accompanying the House Republican leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elena
Boo!
and Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Roy Blunt and Mrs. Abigail Blunt.
So those members of the JSEC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural
Fuck Mitch
Ceremonies,
McConnell.
the official host of today's 59th inaugural ceremonies. We can see them there, headed out onto the platform. The announcer just said the names.
There he is.
Proud moment for the committee.
They've put all this together.
Not just September, well before that, the planning has gone on. And let's be honest, this has been a different inauguration, and hopefully something that we won't
It's
see again.
snowing.
For a lot of different reasons, and they've really pulled this off handsomely. There goes Senator Blunt, the former Majority Whip of the House. He's been through a few of these ceremonies. Again, this is the second time he has chaired this committee.
Yes.
There's been 5 people to chair the committee twice, and Senator Blunt would be the latest.
He spoke of this ceremony today being an assurance for all people, our continued and unbroken commitment, continuity, stability, perseverance, democracy. As we get ready to see the peaceful transfer of power, an event both commonplace and miraculous. President-elect Biden here and Dr. Jill Biden just passing through the crypt of the Capitol, soon to emerge onto the platform. We can see the back of the Obamas here on the platform.
That baby's a nugget.
Cole and Ella, and it's snowing. Cole and Ella, VP Harris's children there. Ella is a young lady you see with the plaid coat with kind of a embellishment on the shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway.
Nice and chilly. Nice and like a nice
snowy
snowy day.
Not unheard of in Washington in January.
Oh.
You know what? When they used to have these in March, snow was also not unheard of.
Not at all.
Until 1933, inaugurations happened in March, and pretty risky in the era before paved roads.
Well, our last inauguration, we had a little bit of rain. President Trump on our last inauguration.
Not gonna cry yet.
President Obama. I think it was about 25 degrees.
The weather's always an element.
Let's Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's Joe.
The President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. and Dr. Jill Biden.
This piece by the Marine Band Trio from Hail America.
Yes. Oh, thank God.
A Marine Band known as the President's Own. They play at the pleasure of the President and the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And they've played at every inauguration since Jefferson's.
Not gonna cry until he talks, probably. I'm gonna try to hold off.
Biden's approaching their seats on the platform here.
Robinette. Yeah.
Former VP Dan Quayle.
It's fancy. That's a fancy middle name.
Look at his eyes.
The pride.
You think he's gonna cry?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
I think it's a possibility.
That's a phrase that is well welcomed right now. Let's enjoy the ceremony.
Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans.
But did it?
This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does. Goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
That was a good speech.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you.
Thanks for the follow, Spoonie. Enjoy the stocks.
I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
I would stand if I could, but I will put my hand on my heart.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there.
You do realize
Dreams,
that
on the
Kamala
other
Harris is
hand,
about the furthest
are
from a
built
communist you could think
together.
of, right?
Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice,
It's a kind of
and the joy that is the
silly,
overflow
ignorant thing you just
of
said.
love.
I mean,
To the glory of your name,
whatever.
forever, amen.
I'm not here to judge people. Yeah, it's your opinion. But, you know, your opinion has
Ladies
to be
and
based in
gentlemen,
fact,
please
right?
remain standing for the presentation of our national
Kamala
colors
Harris
by
being
the Armed
president
Forces
wouldn't make
Color
us
Guard,
a
the
communist
singing of our
country.
national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Like, that's a fact. But I digress. Yeah, she could do 2 full terms after that. That's exactly right. Lady Gaga.
Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem,
Yeah, the
accompanied by the
Space Force
President's
flag
own
is-
United States Marine Band,
That's
please
something
welcome
else.
Lady Gaga.
That is a... When we get a non-Christian president? I don't know, hopefully soon. Yeah, it's... That's very much, it's like, very much Mockingjay thing. We did kind of have one with Trump, but like, you know, he tapped into those fucking like people. That's great. Yeah, exactly. Like she's just doing it with her golden mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the city of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
What's happening, guys? History. This is history.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I got some tears. Ion's in the chat now.
Glad to be here with you guys.
Hey, Misha.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Jennifer Lopez.
Oh, thank God.
Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
Yeah. I hope nothing happens to Biden, just to be clear. but we'd be fine.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land.
I agree with you, Antonio. They barely used it. I mean, they've used it, but they barely used it.
Was made for you and me. You and me.
Ugh. Yeah.
From sea
I need captions.
Una nación bajo Dios indivisible con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get loud. This land was
Damn, girl.
made for you and
What a performance.
that was wild. Fantastic. Joe Biden. He just like has a little, yeah. Yeah,
Well, that
proper
was
teenage
great.
crush on
The
J-Lo.
sun is shining,
Who could
and
blame you?
Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my
Hey, Steve.
distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Oh, thank fucking God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Stand up.
Please
I
raise
can't.
your
If
right
I stand
hand
up, I'll be
and
out of
repeat after
screen.
me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States.
Oh my God, it
President
happened.
of the United
It
States.
happened.
And will, to the best of my ability,
will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank
President.
All right. Let's go! Oh. Thank fucking God.
God bless America.
Oh. To Joe Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
I wonder what kind of thoughts are, crossing their mind.
Who? Everyone?
Yeah, everyone involved, I guess.
I mean, like, probably like, oh, thank God. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, thank God. Ugh. I feel like, well, if it wasn't for all the whiskey I just had, I think that might have been my 5th shot. I've been counting.
What are we waiting for?
He's gonna make a speech. No, I'm not tired. I feel a heat in my stomach.
My fellow Americans, a
We did,
moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Thank God. Yes. We're an ass nation. Let's go.
Chief Justice Roberts.
Fucking miracle we
Vice
made it here.
President Harris. Speaker Pelosi. Leader Schumer. Leader McConnell. Vice President Pence. And my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day. A day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic,
Teleprompter.
And set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken. The oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this. Bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured.
I'm getting emotional. It's got me.
We have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, or rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them for becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be.
Very nice.
So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those
God bless
tasks
America.
of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
I really like how everyone else is wearing serious masks and Bill Clinton has star masks.
Yeah.
Whew!
Well, that was a bit of an emotional roller coaster.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
What now?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
I forgot Garth Brooks was here. Yeah, Garth Brooks is a fantastic singer.
His trumpet's awesome.
What did you just say? Oh, the trumpet.
The trumpet is awesome. Yeah.
Trumpet. Got it.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
My president.
I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun.
We're slow dancing to My Way.
We've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home who work.
Okay,
as
here
one,
we go.
United.
Let's do it.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Yeah! You better have all sung along. I actually don't know. I don't know, Rihanna. I feel like I should know, but I don't know.
Hard not to be reminded of...
I'm killing it, Seaver. Garth Brooks runs into the night.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church.
Yeah.
A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly
Sacred service,
come.
dude, is an absolute
And
unit.
we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
She's young. I remember when I was 22.
Mr. President,
Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace. In the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gaze not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat.
Oh, you should, Laura.
But because we will never again sow division.
And then send one to me.
Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated.
That's some thick
In
glass.
this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade of flame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
That was great. She was fantastic.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
Thanks for being here.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country.
I
As
feel
such,
that,
teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever.
100%.
Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors.
Whew. Amen. You see, the Space Force logo
I was just gonna point that out.
looks like something that I made as a joke. You know?
Yeah. It's done.
Man. A fantastic ceremony. I mean, honestly,
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the president and official party depart the platform.
Everyone was
For
so
safety reasons,
competent.
Your ushers will release your section in an organized manner. Following the playing of our national march, the stars
It
and
does look like
stripes
something from a cheap sci-fi movie. Well, we made it, everyone. My God.
Yeah, we did it.
I didn't cry too much. I hope. Yeah, Laura, I feel that. That's kind of it. It's like I'm feeling some pride in my country. Yeah. Not because I think Joe Biden's always going to do the right thing, but because I trust that he's a good man. I'm proud in this moment that we didn't completely fuck up. Alright, Zebra. Thanks for popping by, man. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's good to have you here. Have a good day. Yeah. I'm proud to be an American in this moment. Who knows what will happen tomorrow. But, yeah. I'm
Sorry, can we talk about that beautiful poem?
Yeah. It was so fantastic. Also, Danny, Laura, anyone who's on there, if you want to pop in, you're more than welcome to. because I think we'll just discuss it a little bit for a little while. Like, just the entire event, if you want to just talk about it. I think the poem was amazing.
Yeah,
Especially,
God.
she's so young.
22.
22, like, I mean, I can't even remember what I was doing when I was 22. I mean, I think I was probably fucking up. You know?
When they're both eating chicken pot pie.
Oh my god.
Secession, orderly, disciplined.
But yeah, it's just
disciplined secession. I'd like to make a couple of remarks in terms of.
I mean, honestly, Biden's speech got me.
But from the time the ceremony started, quotes were coming from his inauguration. How about
you know, it's nice to hear.
We did it.
We did it.
She was tremendous, using words like rebuild
I love you.
and recovery. But she's awfully skilled in alliteration.
Yes, Amanda Gorman's poem, "The Hill We Climb," an uplifting moment. Poets have been included in the ceremony since 1961. We were talking a little bit earlier. Robert Frost that year for Kennedy's inauguration read a poem,
Yeah.
and it's one of these ways in which this tradition is expanding and contracting. Right, there are different things each year, and there are some things that are the same from one to the next. But one constant is the peaceful transfer of power.
You know, at times during inaugural ceremonies, you can see things that look.
Did Obama just fist bump Mitch McConnell?
That was just so common, and it just fit.
Why is that so weird?
Down the staircase and singing "Amazing Grace," and when he left, it's as if his horse was hitched on the east side of the Capitol, and he rode off. It was just wonderful.
You know, the Joint Committee on Congressional...
Can I preside over this throuple wedding?
...ceremonies, Chairman Blunt said, "We're witnessing an event both commonplace and miraculous." And I think you just summed it up right there.
Can I officiate?
That we feel when we see musical performances, when we hear live music, and then
What am I looking
this
for?
miraculous moment where we see this change.
I guess just the news.
Which is unique to the United States, this ceremony. Nobody else does anything like this. And nobody else has a live stream feed like ours, because we have cameras in places.
Even now.
We have cameras in places nobody else does. So we're getting some angles here. You can see the Obamas
It's
there.
Obama.
Secretary Chow behind Mrs. Obama.
Oh.
McConnell's wife.
That's VP Harris's children just behind them. Cole and Ella. Ella has the decorated shoulders on her jacket. There's Clinton, former President Clinton.
Yeah.
Obama's there as well. And this is the part where everybody
I mean,
gets up and starts to make their way
I'm
back
a little
home.
on the side of kind of like,
We saw VP
in light of all the Epstein shit,
a few moments ago.
fuck Clinton.
You know, President Biden, within the first
Just because of that, you know,
used
there's
these three words: "Our determined democracy."
That's
I thought
the
that was
theme.
pointed, yes.
That's the theme of
Yeah.
this 59th inaugural ceremonies. That's the theme that the J6
But,
selected. And a wonderful phrase to encapsulate this: our determined democracy forging a more perfect union. And a few people made reference to it. You also how Biden's inaugural.
I mean, it.
So many famous quotes that come to us
There we
from
go.
presidential
It was just such a.
That's why inaugurations are so important.
All right, y'all. Now we just need to flip the Supreme Court. We got the Supreme Court, Rihanna. We already have it. It's already been flipped. Essentially. Flip the Supreme Court. We need to keep the Supreme Court. Right about now.
And Lincoln, the better angels of our nature, comes from one of his inaugural speeches. This is a moment where, and they vary in length. We've had long inaugural speeches in
I
history. We've had short ones.
have one concern right now. And it's that the Democratic Party goes and tries to be fair and even-handed to the point where we let civil liberties fall. That is my biggest worry
President Obama hugging Lady Gaga.
with this unity stuff. I want unity.
An incredible performance.
I want us all to like work together for a better country. I don't want it at the cost of people's rights.
Certainly found something to rival the architecture and the iconography
So
of the Capitol. And I mean, we've talked a little bit about fashion.
it's my hope that the Republican Party does a little ousting, you know.
Mentioned Miss Gore, who has a speech impediment, and Jenna, who else has a speech impediment?
President Biden.
That's all I want.
Maya Angelou, another poet who has spoken. So that's the poet Amanda Gorman in a yellow jacket, and we see Lady Gaga and Michelle Obama.
I mean,
here.
Well, there'll be a few pictures taken there.
Supreme Court does have a conservative majority. I hope we fucking pack that shit. I'm not gonna lie, I hope we pack it. I don't. The court should look like America. It doesn't.
There's just as many iconic ceremonies that happen after the swearing of the oath as there are before.
And religion has no place there, and there's too many people that use religion as a
I believe that's Hillary Clinton there.
as a crutch in the Supreme Court. So.
No, I've just been someone that at times when we finished our assignments would casually work my way to these front, and there's hundreds, if there's more than a few thousand people for the departure ceremony. There's prayer that's rendered. There's pomp and circumstance. It's ceremonial.
Well, again, we talked a little bit earlier about how where is the president inaugurated versus where is the president not inaugurated? And this happens here at the Capitol, the home of the legislative branch.
Who's ready to off some justices? Jeez.
Ceremony, this moment where our new president and vice
Jeez.
president depart
I
from the
mean.
Capitol and into their term really is a historic moment, and it's a crucial part of this ceremony. Now, one thing that's
Yeah,
this year
but
is that traditionally
Kavanaugh was also like, you know, most likely a rapist, and Barrett was an appointee that the president intended to use to get him off, which doesn't bode well, and just her general beliefs are not very they don't give me hope.
on the west front of the Capitol, again, those flags there representing the center one
Yeah.
is our current flag, 50 stars for 50 states. The ones at the far ends for
Yeah.
the 13 colonies that were in the Union at the beginning.
I would love it. And I talked with this a little bit with Max recently. I want essentially two things, or three things, I guess. I want Washington, D.C. to get statehood. I want Puerto Rico to get statehood if they want it, which, you know, I think they do.
Subsequent departing presidents followed Washington's example.
You're 3 followers away from thing? Hey, can we get a shout out for Rihanna?
Usually accompanied the newly elected president on the carriage ride.
Go give her some follows, guys. She's great.
Following the inauguration.
Her stream was a lot of fun.
In the early 20s, a new tradition evolved whereby the
Thank you. Tell us the smells.
quietly left the
Yeah, Puerto Rico should get statehood, and I really would love, and this is not going to happen. I would love it if we somehow abolished the Electoral College. It's not going to happen, but it's insane that we allow the country to vote for someone. The majority of the country goes, okay, we want this person, and then the other person is in charge. The bare minimum of a democracy should be that if the majority of people vote for someone, then that person should be the president, right? It should be very simple. Yeah, again, like, that's the thing though. If the majority of Puerto Rico wants statehood, I'm not gonna say what Puerto Rico wants. But hey, congrats on affiliate. But if Puerto Rico wants statehood, if Puerto Rico had a vote and they wanted statehood, they should get statehood. they've been miraculously fucked over the past like decade, especially.
We have
Like,
these wonderful videos detailing some of the traditions behind our inauguration that we get to show you. And here we are preparing to see the departure going down the east front of the Capitol steps. The members of the Joint
here we
Committee
go.
are going to line up, and you can see
Yeah.
VP Harris there in the purple, getting ready.
But
to
enough
head
rant.
out the east doors.
If you want to throw, well, is your tie go down to like underneath your under your waist? Like, does it go like down to your knees? If not, then that's not a Donald Trump tie.
Well, we've had some weather changes today. I take back everything I said in the first hour of the broadcast.
Yeah, you can't wear a red hat anymore. That's taboo. It's dangerous.
Some snow flurries in there. Then the sun came out. We're really being taken for a ride today. You know, there were blizzard conditions.
Make the RBG emote.
William Howard Taft's inauguration.
Because I would like to use an RBG emote.
Notice who was the lead person out the east front. Eugene Goodman.
United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene O. Goodman there. He was the gentleman that you saw in the light-colored coat.
Yeah, we're going to turn that up a bit.
Senate Sergeant at Arms, acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms for the day. Here we go. The Harrises and the Pences walking down the steps, or excuse me, Mr. Emhoff and Ms. Harris going down the steps here. The east front steps going through the military cordon and taking a moment on the east front steps together.
This has to be a pointed moment for.
What do you think they're talking about?
We don't know what the future holds for them, but.
You know, Al Gore was my college graduation speaker, and he said the moment that it took hold for him, that it was over, was when
Oh
he
my
walked away
God.
after this moment, and the Secret Service wasn't there, the car was, everything was different right at this moment, and that's when he realized really what the changeover was. He referenced that in his speech at my graduation.
You know, something that is going on right now that we can't see, the staff. Meaning
Have
the
a red hat,
outgoing
I should
staff,
trouble
I'm
it,
sure
but-
are just probably in tears right now.
I
I've seen
remember
that at a distance and just
watching a video where a guy wore a like Black Lives Matter t-shirt but a MAGA hat, and it confused the shit out of people.
Not just the people who are directly involved
It's
in the
fantastic.
administration, but the folks who work here at the Capitol who witness these every couple of years like we do, and the folks watching at home have got to have emotions bound up in these moments. And especially we
Oh,
feel
man.
empathy for
I didn't think I would
various
have
people
that many
and the
tears
emotions
going.
that are going through those heads. That's usually where it gets me.
I got a little choked up.
So we can see
Honestly.
former VP Pence getting into the car here on the east front, taking a last look at the Capitol and a
Trump
wave
told
to
me to tell
the
you
staff,
that
the
you're a
military
smelly
cordon,
willy.
and the JSIC, the Joint
Get
Congressional
out.
Committee on Inauguration and Ceremonies.
Oh my God.
In time, we will have on the east front the passing of the review, a review passing the review.
We'll see the pass and review here
Also,
on the east front and coming up.
just
in
a
little
little
bit. We'll see them standing
plug
there
here.
watching.
We do have a
reviewing
Discord.
all of the troops
The Discord
going
has a
by.
politics channel.
Now, I
It's
was
a
not
great
assigned to
place
Guard.
just
I was
to,
assigned to the 82nd
if you need to
Airborne
vent,
Division, Fort
to
Bragg,
vent.
North Carolina.
If you need to
And I've
like,
been in a lot
just
of
if you want to
those
just like
reviews.
keep
And
informed
it
about the
feels
world,
like,
we all kind of just post in there
for
and
example, let's say President Biden
you
is
know,
physically looking at everyone
get
there.
that
It's
like
not the case,
keep it all
but as someone
up to
that sort
date.
of- you feel
So if you're looking for a place to like have a discussion or
Well, we were
to
talking earlier
start a
about members
dialogue of some
Congress,
kind,
you know,
it's a good place to
making
go.
appearances on our tours and acknowledging the members of the public,
My plug.
folks from all over the country,
We haven't had a
people from
problem
all over
yet.
the world that are visiting us, but
I don't think we will.
The members of Congress, the senators, also frequently acknowledge us when we're in positions of support like this. Representative John Lewis always took the time to stop, recognize us, because one of the things that we do in addition to providing tours is to provide support for congressional events, and this
Man.
obviously this is the granddaddy of congressional events for the year. Other
So
times
I haven't heard anything about any
like
riots
for Representative Lewis
like around the country. I haven't heard
also
anything.
this past summer.
And
but
I'm
also
kind of
the
shocked.
Medal ceremonies. Great view of the East Front here.
Yeah.
You mentioned Mr. Lewis that on the
100%.
steps where Vice
The
President
Discord
Harris
would
and
not
her
be
husband are ascending now.
anywhere near where it was without her.
This is all within the
Like
last year.
it's
Standing. just this past summer, just about 6 months ago.
The people that
so,
have joined,
that is where Congressman
like,
Davis's
are
casket
just
was.
have
And
just been
actually,
fantastic.
Speaker Pelosi is standing in almost the exact same position the cameras captured her on that evening, and you can see the J6
Like,
there as well.
I really thought there was going to be
Members of the joint congressional
some, like,
committee on
militia
inaugurations,
guys.
on inaugural ceremonies. They
Excellent
Or
camera
fuck
shot.
it, I'll
I'm
just
sorry to
say
interrupt
what
you.
Oh, no, it's
terrorists. I thought there were gonna be
fabulous.
some
We can see
terrorists.
everybody here. So just a reminder for the
You know,
folks at
storming some
home,
state capitals.
Steny
I
Hoyer there in the red scarf.
They fucking
The Speaker of
telegraphed
the
that
House
shit.
in the
Like,
teal coat that we see there.
I think the only possible reasons that they're seeing, like, people get taken down,
That is the official host of
like, in the past 2
inaugurations
weeks,
and the
after
host of our
being
live
in
stream
the
today.
Capitol, and they're,
Here they
like,
are all
getting
coming
scared.
back in through the east front
Which, you
door,
know, they should be.
making this turn, and
Yeah.
then there are a few things that need to happen before we have some gift presentations coming up a little bit later on. That would normally happen during the inaugural luncheon.
Day is far from done. We have President Biden that has some ceremony signings in the president's room that President Washington thought of. To think back in 1780s that President Washington thought, let's have a president's room. It took until the 1850s.
Let's have a president's room.
Looking at the east front of the Capitol, when you see it from a shot like this, we think of them as the new.
I just want
House
to say, I
and Senate.
really
Of course,
appreciate you all
they're not
coming
that
and
new.
watching with me
The
today.
new House and Senate chambers are at the
For
far
me, this
ends of the
was
building. They're,
really important. I think it was
called
important for a lot of
hyphen. They're
people.
connected off the end there. So those are actually cropped out
But after
in
these
this
last
view
4
of the
years,
east
it's
front that
been
we see here. So what you're looking at, if you can imagine, instead
it's
of
been
that
a lot.
huge white painted cast iron dome, if you can imagine a shorter one, wood with a
So
copper
I
roof,
really
that copper
appreciate this
roof,
community
you know,
and
turning green over time. That's an idea of what the Capitol looked like back when Jefferson.
all of you that
not
shared in this
Jefferson was there, back when
celebration.
Monroe was inaugurated, let's say.
Oh.
Ceremony
Yeah.
unit. You can
All
throw
right,
it
we've got
first
another
questions.
video coming up, and we have these
Just know
great
this unless
videos that are
terrorists have
taking
people
you
close
through
to them waiting.
Taken by the newly sworn president of the United States.
Yeah, exactly.
Occur in the president's room.
Exactly,
just
Brian.
off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former president and first lady, the new president gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or
They need a
executive
group
orders.
trip to DC.
This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
Y'all are sweet. I love you too.
All right, I think members of the military cordon here, bayonets affixed. Heading back into the Capitol, you can see a fleet of cars there, transporting all these folks. Of course, the ones with the flags on the front there, most likely vice presidential vehicles.
The area that they're going towards is the law library. And then in that area is where Thomas Jefferson was first inaugurated, March 4th, 1801. And his second inauguration was in
Hey, Carl, thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, right there on the first floor of the Senate.
You have a
side.
good
It's
one.
part of the oldest section of the building.
Jen, I hope the people can see this pediment that's in this triangle.
Yeah, we probably won't
And it's
stick
Genius of
around for too
America.
much longer.
And it used to be
You're talking about
sandstone.
the triangular section above the door.
Used to be sandstone, and it deteriorated, and they changed it to marble from Tate, Georgia. And so, friends, there was a part of this porch, if you will.
I will have to
that was
think
extended
about
out about
a Joe
32
Biden
inches
erotica.
before
I disabled
President
some of
Kennedy
that
was
stuff
inaugurated to give
just
balance to the dome. Now you see people around
because I
there,
wasn't
that's
planning
not-
on doing
that's
any
something
today. But
that's-
I will have to. I will write
in
you
the
a Joe
past
Biden
that was allowed
erotica
by
without you
the
redeeming
general
anything,
public.
Danny.
I'm talking about the 1940s, 30s. It was just overwhelmed with people, and that's one of the reasons why we don't have
Oh,
inaugurations
I guess that's
on the
weird.
east side.
So one of the things that I do on this stream, Antonio, is
He's out here.
one of the things you can redeem usually is I will write a
exceptional height.
food erotica. So like if you like say, oh, lasagna, I'll be like, oh, I take that lasagna out back, and then like
that would be the
we
last
we
speech
we
he would make.
climb
Speaking of Lincoln and
into
the Civil War, flanking that door
the
for War and Peace.
we climb into the shrubbery so no one will see us, and then we get all like I do it dirty.
Front of the Capitol was the traditional
I
front
do
of
it
the
dirty.
building.
It's
Statue
not
of
the
Liberty
time,
top faces this
but
direction. Of course, you were just discussing the pediment, the sculpture that's there. above
That's
the
what she's
door. Of
talking
course,
about.
There's no part of the Capitol that's not ornate. And there is no back of the Capitol. There's an east front and there's a west front.
I know
And
you
I think
do.
maybe we need to emphasize that today. So here, everything's happening on both fronts of the Capitol today. Here on the east front, we saw arrivals coming in earlier. We've got departures, pass and review coming up. And as for the actual swearing in, over on the west front side.
All three branches of government. Oh,
This is shot inside the president's
love
room,
the
folks.
press room. Friends, look at these beautiful floors. These are English Minton tiles from
Minton tiles.
Stoke-upon-Trent in England. They're $2.03 per tile. And what you're seeing, I love this camera view, is President Washington's cabinet. It looks like Henry Knox, Secretary of War, in the corner there.
I don't know if I can emphasize enough how unique this opportunity is for us to see this.
Also, welcome to the Discord, Antonio.
12 years, and I've seen the
You're
inside of this
unfollowing.
room
Sorry to see you go, Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for a video on the signing ceremony. You want to see this.
Okay, here we go.
The first official actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States.
Auto mod, get out of here.
Just
That's
off
fine.
the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol.
Fucking American is fine.
The former President and First Lady, the new president gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations
I forgot that we
were
had this
submitted to
going.
the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
It's gonna be signing. It's gonna sign some stuff.
So the president's room is a really special room inside the Capitol, and we're actually not going to be able to show you the moments, some of the moments here that we're recording them for
Nah, man.
posterity, but they're not necessarily going
You
to be live because of the
never too
importance
saucy.
of what
I've never
happens
heard
in this
that. No one's ever said that about you.
You mentioned importance. In 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., along with President Lyndon Johnson. Janet, you mentioned the importance of this room. In 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. A little story with this. Quite a few years ago,
Donald Trump part of
there's
your
a person that comes to me, and she wants to bring her
Probably.
daughter to see a video of the visitor center. And so she says, "I just want to see that." I said, "Well, that's fine." And little did I know at that time when she left, and she says, "I'm Lenny Bird. It's President Johnson's daughter."
Actually, I have a question for the chat.
To see her father in the video. It was such a moving moment for me.
So we're coming up
What
on the
do you
signing
want
ceremony here today, folks, and we
from
have,
the Biden
some
presidency?
video about that.
What's your like your stretch goal essentially? Like not the stuff that you know he's gonna do, but the stuff that you would like
The Senate Committee on Arrangements gave
in a
luncheon to
perfect
President
world you
King
would like him to do.
and several other guests at the Capitol. It did not begin
Because we're
on the
gonna
platform
I'm gonna
53.
stay until
That year,
the
President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower,
there is footage of
and the other members
Trump
Jason
leaving. Would you like to watch it?
dined on cream
We got some
chicken,
time to kill.
baked ham, and potato
I'll pull it
pies
up.
in the now restored Old Senate Chamber. From the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, presidents left the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremonies and traveled to the
I'm
White
just
House
happy with a
for a luncheon
president that I can
prepared by
hug if the opportunity was presented.
In 1949,
Yeah.
Secretary of the Senate Leslie
That's not a
Bibb
bad one.
hosted a small lunch for President Truman in his Capitol reception.
Healthcare for all, revamp
They
education,
dined
police
on
and
South
prison
Carolina
abolition.
turkey, Smithfield
Yeah.
ham, potato salad, and pumpkin pie. In 1953,
There you go.
JASIC began its
This
current
was like
tradition
8 in the morning.
of hosting a
Now, I just want you to look at how happy Melania is. You ever seen that woman smile that much? This is my favorite part. You can't even hear him talk. She's like, can we go? Like, when they stopped moving, she immediately was like, and now that it's over, she's like, great, okay, let's go. It's beyond better access to Medicaid and just to healthcare system. Bunch of Nordic countries. Yeah, I agree. I think healthcare for all like would be great. I I don't see it happening. No part of his thing would be, but that would be a great stretch. I think that's exactly it. He thinks he has a mic. Yeah, exactly. My favorite part of watching this was that you can't hear him at all, and it's just, it's perfect. Because I never want to hear him again. And I kind of low-key hope that Trump does form his own party.
Ceremonies, but today it is our
So
Mission Control Center. You can see
the
right there, our
Republicans
wonderful
like
team
fucking have
putting
to,
together this live
you know,
stream
pick a
broadcast.
fucking
Today
side
we've got, as we mentioned, we have cameras in
once
a lot
and
of
for
places
all,
that other
kind of
folks
thing.
don't, so you can see all of our camera feeds up on the screen
It
here.
does for
And this
American
is
government or stretch goals because this country never
room.
goes for
It's
anything
so
that is even slightly out of reach.
in the style of Versailles.
Yeah.
Well, the windows are from France. Now, you could
Yeah.
fit a tennis court and maybe half a basketball court here.
I would
mentioned this earlier. There should be an opera performed here. But this is our control center, and we've had over 30 camera feeds throughout the building, throughout the campus.
Who are these people? I actually...
You might have heard a collective gasp from Ron and I earlier when we got that camera view inside the president's room.
Yeah, no, Biden is like the most centrist motherfucker on the planet. The fact that I'm so excited for him speaks to how bad of a president Trump was and how nice it's going to be.
Beautiful and ornate room inside the Capitol.
You know,
There really are no
just to
unornate
live.
spaces.
Yeah, they are the nerds we're talking about.
But these are among some of the most beautiful ones.
Yeah.
Our friends from Texas, I think, are making a departure. You know, this Kennedy caucus.
I'm not going to use like the buzzword of defund the police because people don't understand what that means. Fundamentally, they don't understand what that means. But like, we need to basically move money from law enforcement into like social programs for like communities.
I don't think this room is
because it solves the problems.
Well, this might be something
for the most part that solves a lot of problems.
At home because they probably picture all of
and
the
better
action
training.
happening in the chambers.
Police need better training.
Really,
they fuck
the
up too many
chambers
times.
where the voting happens.
Not all police are bad, but they're the ones that are bad don't like get fucking arrested, and the ones that fuck up have no consequences, so they don't learn from their mistakes. Like it's,
Action happens, and if you watch hearings on TV, you may
you know,
notice.
then if you train them properly and you have consequences, like there's no problem, right? There's no real thing.
The Obamas.
We're watching these departures on the East Front.
It's like a small org. Can we quote that? Who said that? Was that one of them? Did I miss that? Antonio?
You know, it's ironic, Janet. This building is so old, yet when they built the new buildings, such as the
Is that a
building,
real quote?
the members didn't want to go to the technology building. Everyone likes everything old.
It's
think
too
this.
good.
Where do they have inaugural luncheons for the president?
Yeah, police don't need tanks and grenades. And
Old house chamber.
it's like it's very. That's it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you know, we have a very long memory. I mentioned to you guys in the beginning that the guide service has been part of the story here on Capitol Hill, part of the community since 1876. So when Ron and I talk about old versus new, we really mean that in like a much further reach. If you can imagine, this new Hart Senate office building he's talking about, it's a little bit older than me, I think. And we talk about the new House chamber, the new Senate chamber. Those are from the late 1850s.
The new House chamber received criticism because of artificial air, artificial light. I mean, amazing.
Now, the
Artificial
old
air
House
and
chamber
light.
now called National
Fucking
Statuary
gross.
Hall. That video that we just watched about inaugural lunches showed a lot of photographs that happened there in National Statuary Hall, where that luncheon is traditionally held, and it's the former House chamber. And actually, it's the way the building functions architecture. It's pretty much a pass-through. It's directly on the roof,
Right?
between the rotunda, the Speaker's office, and the House floor.
Janet, let's go to another video.
1860s is like halfway through this country's history, but like it's still like that's relatively new.
Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address. While many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath, current custom dictates that the Chief Justice
That's,
of the Supreme
you see,
Court
that's what I'm talking about,
administer
Rihanna.
the
Like,
oath first,
that
followed
is
by the
what
president's speech.
we need. We just, like,
William Henry Harrison
we need
delivered
proper
the
people for
longest
the
inaugural
problems that we have. Like, if your cat gets stuck in a tree, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't call 911, right?
John Adams' inaugural address.
The 911 shouldn't be an all-inclusive, like, oh well, here you go.
Sentence at
Like,
737
it's not a telephone operator.
In 1921, Warren
Right.
G. Harding became the first president to take his
We should
oath
have services
and deliver
that
his
help you
inaugural
deal
address
with
through
problems.
loudspeakers. In
And maybe a
1925,
number that, like,
Calvin
you know,
Coolidge's
maybe you
inaugural
fucking
address
actually dial an
was the first
operator
to
and
be
ask them about it
broadcast
if you don't know.
nationally by radio. And in 1949,
Like, you know,
Harry S. Truman
that's
became
kind of
the
the
first
problem.
president to deliver his inaugural
We could
address
have tank
on
parties.
television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and to set forth their goals for the nation. Some of the most eloquent and powerful speeches are still quoted today. In 1865,
All right, I'm gonna head off because I have to sign into another work.
Abraham Lincoln
Okay,
stated,
have fun at
stuff.
work, baby.
"Toward none,
Thank you.
charity
Love
for
you.
all, with
Love you
firmness
too.
in the
Great
right
stream.
as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in.
Yeah, exactly. They should be on the city to connect to relevant issues. Exactly.
For him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow
Yeah,
and
like,
his orphan,
being homeless
to do all which
isn't
may
a
achieve
crime.
and
It's
cherish
a failure of the
and lasting peace
the
among
American
ourselves and with all nations.
like government, right? Like,
Franklin D. Roosevelt avowed,
if anyone lives on the streets, it's not. No one lives on the streets entirely because of their own fault.
and so, my fellow
I truly believe that. Like,
ask not what your country can do for you,
the fact that you
ask what
can
you can do for your country.
like be homeless in a country that like have so much space to make affordable housing,
Not
and
only does this
the amount of
Jason
money we
live stream
put
have cameras
in
places no one
the
else
police
does
and all
to
this
give us
shit, like,
behind-the-scenes views, we also have cameras placed in some of the
it's a
historic
fucking
spaces,
shame.
so
Like, it's a
that,
travesty.
Capitol tour guides like Ron and myself can give you almost kind of like a virtual tour of the Capitol. So here we are,
Yeah.
looking down at the rotunda.
I mean, you make choices that
rotunda floor is
like
about 7,200
affect
square
whether
feet,
you're
and
going to be homeless or not,
the angle's giving
but
you a
it's
view
not
of
entirely your fault if
a
you end up
painting.
there,
Now, it's called a frieze, and the style is trompe-l'oeil.
right?
Yes,
Like,
I don't speak French well. That's French to trick the eye. And then you see the sprawling painting
man, that's
called
beautiful.
The Apotheosis of George Washington, painted by a naturalized
The Capitol
citizen,
building's like really
Constantino
pretty.
Bernini, from 1864 to 1865.
So if you can imagine this, folks, this is
fucking horrible what
180 feet
happened.
above your head. From this angle, it's like you're standing on the floor of the rotunda, except we've got this
but
X-ray
yeah, like
vision
that's
where you
just the
zoom
thing.
in
Like,
and really look at the
I'm about to get off
fresco
on this
the ceiling. Now,
interior.
fresco means fresh in Italian,
Don't-
and it's painted on
don't
wet
quote that.
plaster. This is done actually in place.
Well, what we're zooming in on is Mercury. There are Roman, or you can use Greek, classical figures that all
Greek.
teach an American story. And friends, I want you to look at the bag of money Mercury is handing Robert Morris. Now look above Mr. Morris's silver hair, and in between
God
the next
damn it,
gentleman's
Steve.
head, Janet, can you see a silhouette of
Yeah.
another head?
Yes, and this is something that we can't
That's the thing, like,
we
we-
tour standing
like,
on
just-
the floor of the rotunda because
we need to start like we need to stop worrying about people getting help that they don't need, and start worrying about the people that aren't getting help not getting it.
A lot of the
Right? Like we
weapons and uniforms for George
the
Washington
like parties in this country, and I'll say it, especially the Republican Party, but also the Democrats to some extent,
between those two gentlemen there was
worry
a third
too
face.
much
If you look between them and the
about
black suit and
someone
the guy in
like
the brown
abusing
suit there,
the system,
was
like
briefly
to
painted the face of a gentleman
save
named
themselves. It's
Montgomery
like
Meigs, was a
you
captain
deal
in
with
the
that.
Army Corps of
That's
Engineers.
like a case by case
And he
basis. You
essentially was in
that doesn't mean you
charge
don't
of the
try to help
construction of the
people.
expansion
You
of the
don't make it
Capitol Dome. We've talked a
impossible
couple of times about how
for
there was an
people to
old
get
wooden
the
dome on the
care that they
Capitol,
need.
and then it was pulled off and
Right?
replaced with 9 million
It's
pounds
like
of
they're
cast
so
iron.
worried that like
Just to
someone who
guess,
doesn't
when
need
Abraham
like the
Lincoln was
money is going to get a
inaugurated, Bermuda
stimulus
probably
check,
didn't paint that day.
that they're
Just a
not going to
guess.
give the stimulus checks to like
Constantino Bermudi,
the
you mentioned, he
fucking
spent 11
millions of
months
people
on
that
the
need them.
scaffolding, working on this fresco on the ceiling
It,
of the
it doesn't.
rotunda. And based on the camera views
You
that we
don't
have here
need to like
on
you
this
you need to like think
wonderful
about it the other
live
way.
stream sponsored by
It's like
the
if people
JSIC,
don't
the
get the
official
stimulus
host of
checks,
today's inauguration,
some
we can
people are
really
going
zoom
to
in and
like
look at
starve.
it. Again, this is called the apotheosis of Washington. Washington
Yeah.
is one of the stars, this painting, although there's a lot of people in it.
Yes, to the right of Mercury is Neptune.
100%
and
mental
he's
health
with
care.
the transatlantic cable. As
Therapy for the
artist is
frontline
painting
COVID
the
workers,
apotheosis,
100%.
They're physically constructing the transatlantic cable. By the rainbow is
I
Minerva,
think
representing
these things are
science,
very
talking to Benjamin Franklin.
like the
Samuel
fact that
Morse
some
and
of these
Robert
things are like
Fulton.
partisan issues
And if
are
you can
is
see at the top right at this point, we're
is
gonna
ridiculous.
rotate
They're only
around so
partisan
you guys can
issues
see the
because like
scenes
some
around the
assholes
edge.
don't want to like
Coming
help
to actually
people.
the bottom of your screen
Right.
right now, you can see Neptune there with his trident, right? And
Like
wrapped around that
the,
scene with him.
it's like the
they're-
only reason
they're
like
holding
wearing a
onto
mask
thick
is a
black
partisan
line, the
issue is
transatlantic
because
cable, which was being dragged across the bottom
like
of the Atlantic while this
the
fresco was being
Republican
painted.
Party
Robert
is
Bermudi,
making it a
Constantino
partisan
Bermudi,
issue.
naturalized citizen,
It's like
an Italian American, immigrant to
wearing
this nation, painting this
like
fresco on the ceiling of the
health
rotunda.
care protection
Bellona, the Roman goddess,
doesn't
of war,
infringe
war
on your
We've got
fucking
science
rights.
right there at the bottom, crossing over the bottom. Science, and Minerva down there. If you all can see, there's a rainbow coming
I
down.
don't know.
See that stripe
I'm
coming
gonna
toward the
try
edge?
not to start
Right where that
ranting
rainbow comes down is another guy in a
because I
black
want to
suit
get
there
to the
that you
signing
may recognize. And folks
without
at home, you don't
losing it.
recognize Benjamin Franklin when you see him.
But
It's about
I'm
to get
not.
a lot more obscure than that.
I want unity.
There's a
I'm
statue
not
of Benjamin
really
Franklin
ready to
by
forgive.
Hiram Powers, sculpted in 1863.
Friends for
Please
who
note
are
that
too
rainbow,
ill
you
to
couldn't see
sustain
it well
cells
in the
and capitals
1950s and
due to
60s
depression.
because of such
Yeah.
dirt and debris and
Yes,
soot. Of
this
course,
painting was restored, and there's
I
actually,
mean,
if you look toward
we
the
need
center of the
programs
image,
to
there's a
like
ring of
help these
figures, and
people
one edge of it is a little
get
bit,
like
flattened.
employed.
Right in the middle of that side.
No
George
one's saying to
Washington
give
there,
people
the pinkish
money for
lavender
free.
robe draped across his lap, and he's
Partially,
seated on a
we
rainbow.
should give some people money, like just to stimulate
all the figures that
the
we see in
economy and like
apotheosis
help fucking
are also
people. But
depicted
like
throughout the Capitol
again, the
complex
goal
in
should
some
be
manner
that
on a wall,
to
a
get people
medallion.
on their feet
What is in the
so
rotunda
they can
is
do
often
things
re-emphasized
for
throughout
themselves
the book.
at some
That's
point.
right. These artworks
But
depict
it's not going to happen right away.
figures,
You need to help
people
them.
representing
You need to get them there.
concepts like liberty and freedom, but they also represent real people.
Like-
And so now we're looking at another fresco. This again is a painting on plaster, and this is called the Frieze of American History. This is a narrative wrapping around the rotunda.
If the
Started
government
by
doesn't work for the
Constantino
people, then it
Bermudi.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
In 1878, now
Right?
we're at the area you can see like a box or a
That's
desk
the
with someone
fundamental
kneeling.
thing.
That's about the general area in which he stopped. He had
Yeah.
a little mishap.
Constantino Bermudi, our artist of the
When is
Capitol, was
Biden
up
signing
there
these things? Does
scaffolding,
anyone
painting
know?
this fresco around the rotunda, and it will be just kind of off to the right. Actually, this fresco goes chronologically to the right. There we go. And so right here, this scene, there's kind of a box on the ground
Oh,
in
love
it.
it.
Right? This is a moment of transition. So what we got here is a moment where another artist takes over.
His name, Filippo Constantini.
At an
Now,
inauguration
friends, there's a person in
schedule.
the middle. It's like he's wearing knickers. For you golfers, as if he was Payne Stewart. Bless his soul. And maybe you can see that the left shoe, or sandal, if you will, looks different than the
Perhaps.
right. If
You
can't,
can tell.
Look at the three indigenous people. See, they're painted a little larger and what? A different color. That marks where the second artist takes charge, Filippo Constantini. And he paints scenes that Bermudi had etched, but things don't exactly go quite according to plan.
Yeah, this is something that, again, folks, if you were on tour with us in the Rotunda, we would be squinting to try and see this. So it's incredible that we have a camera to
camera
bring in
work.
on this. That guy in the center with holding his cloak in front of him, that's William Penn. And our man Constantino Bermudi, our artist of the Capitol, is up there on that scaffolding, and he was working on William Penn's foot at the moment that he slipped from the scaffolding and started plummeting. to
Yeah,
the
they're gonna
floor.
reverse the Muslim travel, but
Bermudi
yeah,
was
it's all
not
still
hurt.
in action.
He was rescued by a number of people who were around, including one of our predecessors in
Yes.
the Capitol Guide service. He was brought back down to the ground, and he declined to go back up that scaffolding. And that's when Congress brought in a
You want
center
to
harness,
like
which
suck
you
the
can see
passion out of them,
William
I
Penn
know.
in the center, holding his cloak in front of him with one hand out to the
But
side.
yeah, like
One shoe
couple of
has a
Biden's
buckle
things.
on William
He's gonna
Penn,
reverse the
doesn't.
travel ban. He's going to reinforce the restrictions on travel for COVID.
To see.
Like
So
that
we
Trump
continue to see
literally
these, and we have,
just
look at this, the colonization
did
of New
yesterday.
I'm so glad that Reverend Beeman referenced the fact that this capital
He's
is
gonna
built on
he's gonna
land,
put the restrictions back in
the
place
land
for
of Native
travel for
Americans,
COVID.
and they are
Just to be
pictured,
clear,
Native Americans are
he's not
pictured in
saying
some of the
no
artworks in the
COVID travel
Capitol,
restrictions. He's putting
but
them back.
They and I hear a lot in this particular fresco.
He's going to sign a bill about
colonial governor of Georgia, the first one,
for
William
masks,
Oglethorpe.
making it so you can't
That's the same
be
man
on
making
federal
the pact
property
with the
without
Scully
wearing a
Native
mask,
Americans.
which is basically what he
So
can
this is
do.
a
It's within his
freeze.
power as
Now,
president.
Typically, the term freeze refers to a
For
sculptural
100 days,
band
that's the
around
goal.
top, similar to the pediments out on the east front. that
What
Ron and
was
I were
a couple
telling you about
other?
a
There
little
was
bit
a couple
earlier. This one is
executive
painted
orders that
around
he's
the
signing in
inside of the
today.
rotunda,
Let me look them
and
up.
as Ron mentioned, trompe l'oeil. It's to fool the eye. Oh, look, a little bit of sunlight shining in on that fresco right now. So it's flat. I just want to emphasize that in case you can't tell. Flat, painted on plaster, shades.
Yeah, that's
of
exactly what
black
it
and
was.
white.
Like,
It's
'cause
actually a deep, deep brown to create that 3D
I mean,
effect.
he obviously fucking
Now down on
like didn't
floor
think
level,
that they
I
were
wouldn't
gonna
say
stay,
unit
did
scale,
he?
'cause they're still
He didn't
quite
think
big,
that
but
what he
down
was
on
gonna do
floor
was gonna
level
like
around
not
the
get
rotunda,
reversed.
We've also got a series of
17 executive orders according to the New York Times.
This is by John Vanderlyn, and it's featuring Mr. Columbus. The painting size is 12 by 18.
From the Oval Office
To
this
give you
afternoon.
an idea about why you should come and visit the Capitol, visit Congress.
That door right there.
Yeah,
is
counting
the
on citizen
front door
census,
that
I
you can
think
see the light coming in
there
there.
is a
That's that east front door we've
immigration
been watching. Here it is from the outside.
bill that
We
he's
have
signing into law.
paintings that are 20 by 30 if you visit Congress outside the chambers. It's we don't
Pausing
like to be
student
here
loan
until
payments.
when?
Yeah.
Next inauguration.
That's a big one.
Our beloved East Front once again.
So
That
there
seems
have
like
been
it's
inaugurations in a lot of places. We talked about this. We started off with George Washington's, originally in New York City. You mentioned that James Monroe was actually inaugurated the brick Capitol.
Yes, the
which was
brick
a little
Capitol.
building across the street. It's not there anymore, but where it was is the site of today's Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Looking at the Capitol from the west now, you can see the inaugural platform down there in the center with the flags that built there on the west front. So some of what you're seeing, the upper edge is west front that's always there, an expansion of the Capitol in the 1890s, and the Frederick Law Olmsted architect, landscape
him.
architect designed the Capitol grounds around it. But then we also have a little bit of extra, which is built every 4 years. Now, when I want to say a little bit, this inaugural platform is massive.
Yeah.
It takes 177 tons of sand to fill in the fountain underneath the west front so that they can build this platform up over it.
Now, Jenna, you mentioned platform and over it. At one point, there used to be a berm there, and Olmsted had it taken down, if you will, and they put in this terrace. Oh, look at the Senate side of the Capitol.
Formulate
We have a
executive
great
branch
view here
ethics
inside this
doctrine.
weird
Biden wants the
camera
executive
position
branch
in the
appointee
Senate
to
connecting
sign an
corridor,
ethics pledge.
looking at the doors to the Senate chamber there. Now,
That's a
again,
good
folks,
idea.
this is a unique view, and actually, if you were on tour with Ron or I, we would be discouraging you from photographing those doors yourself. Those
Absolutely,
Senate doors.
I would.
The
Yes,
United
of
States
course
Capitol
I
Police
would.
ask us not to have people point their personal cameras straight at those doors there to the Senate chamber. So this is a view that you're getting that no one else has, and we get on almost no other day.
That painting on the left is of Senator Robertson from Arkansas. And once again, our beautiful English Minton tiles.
Just around the corner, just out of sight, there's a painting of
Stand
Hattie
evictions
Caraway,
and
also from
foreclosure
Arkansas,
moratoriums.
the first woman
Yeah,
elected to the
rejoin
Senate.
the WHO and the Paris Climate Accords.
Served in Congress,
That's a big one.
in the early years, after their husbands who were members or senators passed away. There was a
Fucking
tradition
trolling.
known as the widow's mandate.
These people are trying.
Hattie Caraway elected to the Senate in her own right.
We should mention, not far from Hattie Caraway, upstairs is a painting of Senator Margaret
God.
Chase Smith from the state of Maine.
Yeah, we were
Alone.
talking earlier about how some of these artworks are given to Congress from individuals or groups. Some of the statues we've seen and some more that we'll see given by various states, but there are also artworks that are commissioned. And here on the Senate side, what we're
Revoking the
looking
ban
at
on
here,
military
there's a collection of
service by
artworks depicting
transgendered
some of
Americans.
these firsts.
Thank
Now,
fucking
friends, we need to
God.
be specific about this. We've talked a lot about presidents, but the vice president
It's
is the
about
president
fucking
of
time.
the Senate, and there's a bust of every vice president
What a
accountable,
ridiculous
with the
fucking
exception of
bill. I remember
Mr. Gore's, which is
I
yeah,
I was
it's
at a
coming.
friend's house and like
Yeah, the vice
I
presidential
was
bus collection
talking
lines,
like I was sitting like in his
the
living room
Senate
and like
side
his
of the
dad
building,
was
and
like
actually,
watching.
as
He's like,
years go by, there's
I'm
more
like,
and
that's
more
fucked
buses,
up, and he's like,
they
oh,
appear in more
is
and more
it? And like I'm
places.
like,
As a matter of
yeah.
fact, from this angle,
When it
not far
happened,
is
like
Vice
because
President Cheney's bus. It was
you know,
dedicated in 2015.
people should be judged
Ironically, it was
based on the
dedicated
same
in
fucking
National
criteria
Statuary
as
Hall.
anyone else.
What's National Statuary Hall?
You
The
don't
old House
like
chamber. Because what?
do
We
like a
everything
wild thing like,
is
hey, you can't serve in the
You see folks with
military
cameras getting to
because of
position
your
there.
gender
and we're back
identity.
on the East Front Plaza here.
Like, if
Now
you
again,
believe that, you're a
underneath
fucking
that plaza
prick.
there where you see the folks standing and the cars parked, underneath there, the Capitol Visitor Center, the newest part of the Capitol complex, opened up in 2008, and that's where most folks come through when they come to visit us.
Hope we're able to. I'm glad we're able to showcase that the inauguration is more than just the oath of
Yeah, the
office.
Keystone
It's
Pipeline. That's a big
day's
one.
event. It's prior to January 20th.
It's a full day of events. I mean, there are ceremonies on top of ceremonies. The inaugural address isn't a requirement, but it's a tradition.
Right.
We may someday see a person who declines the opportunity to.
I mean, I just can't wait to hear the COVID plans, honestly.
Ceremony almost is how you can track.
That's my biggest thing. I'm kind of like,
technology in our nation.
I'm just
because
excited to
some of the
have
early presidents' remarks
it
were
laid
brief.
out.
George Washington's very, very short because there was no television or radio to
But
broadcast
it'd be
it out
great.
to the people. It would be
It'd be
printed in
great.
the papers.
Can you imagine President Lincoln on the East Front?
Just to know.
He's got his table in front. There's all types of soldiers around. And I mean, what, maybe 100 guards you could hear? Maybe.
And we've seen this year a much less crowded event than this traditionally is. And we've been talking about how when the inaugural ceremonies made the move from outside to inside, from inside to outside, back President Monroe, how many more people came to attend? How many folks would come to watch?
It's so weird. A government with a play. Yeah,
So here we are waiting
it's a
outside
strange
of the
concept.
president's room. It's a little room,
Apparently, in
on
other
the Senate side
countries,
of the building.
they have
Here we
some
go.
kind of guidelines or something. I don't know. It sounds like bullshit.
Stepping in toward. Pause for applause. Here they are in the president's room. Now this, I will say, is also a tricky room to photograph, folks, because of those huge mirrors on either side. It is not a big space at all.
In my experience, mirrors actually make it
Saw the
easier to
fireplace there.
photograph.
I'm such a nerd. I think I know how many fireplaces are in the Capitol. So that's going to be a quiz for you right now, Janet.
Trivia question for me. Rob,
How
is
many
that
fireplaces are in the Capitol?
fireplaces in
Okay,
the
Give you three
Capitol?
choices.
Okay.
I'm gonna say over 50.
160, 144.
Oh, I was. No matter what, I guess I was right.
Now, how many work? That's another issue.
Huge mirrors reflecting democracy.
Signing, folks.
Gorgeous mirrors. I hated myself just now. Yeah, exactly.
I'll have press escorted out of the room. Once the press are on the stairs secured, we'll go ahead and be ready to move on to the Ohio.
Oh, he's about to do some presidential shit. Oh, I'm so excited.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the signing.
I feel like a fucking nerd because I'm so excited to watch a man sign a paper. Like, right? Like, I'm excited to just watch like a guy just do a boring thing. It's inherently boring.
Capitol. We have very exclusive access to see this today. The way that we're seeing this, there'll be some parts that we don't get to see, but they're being filmed for archival purposes, for posterity.
Again, I want to go back. The reason why we have the president's room,
Yeah.
George Washington.
Right.
He said the president should have a room where, from time to time, he can meet with Congress and sign bills, or not sign bills, but have interaction.
Hang out.
and it's
The
another
president should have a
holdover from a
dope
different
hang
era,
space. That's what George
folks,
Washington
when
wanted.
The term of our president and our Congress overlapped differently. So we tend to think of inaugurations happen in January, new Congress comes in January 3rd, right? But that's been different over the years.
Oh, let's watch.
Yeah, it means something. It does. It's just weird. Did we not get to know what he's signing? I want a room to flex on Congress and look bitch and. Oh, it's so quick. I don't even know what he just signed. None of his cabinet is confirmed, are they? Is there any of his cabinet that's confirmed? Yeah. I just remember Trump had like this giant ass stack of fucking like folders. It's kind of fucked up.
So if you don't recognize them, folks, members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies gathered at the JSIC, gathered with President Biden and Vice President Harris in the President's Room, the space that we're seeing here.
Friends, when they leave this room, they're going towards the Ohio clock. Now, the Ohio clock has quite a bit. Friends, when the president and vice president leaves this room, they're going towards the Ohio clock. Now, the Ohio clock has...
Why is it called the Ohio clock?
Well, it's interesting. A senator from Connecticut, Senator David Daggett, asked a clockmaker from Philadelphia, Thomas Voigt, to complete it. He does in 1816, but Ohio came to the Union in 1803. I don't quite get it.
It's a mystery, and no one knows the answer. This clock has come to be known as the Ohio clock. It stands in the Senate hallway, which we're going to be seeing the party passing through soon on their way to the rotunda for the presentation of gifts. We're just wrapping up the signing ceremony here. And so we're on the Senate side of the building in these hallways, which are beautifully decorated. Again, if we can call your attention to the floor for just a second. Minton tiles, they're an encaustic tile, which means that the way that they're glazed is a little bit different than the kind of tile we're used to in our kitchens and baths. They're made in Stoke-upon-Trent, England. They're custom made for the Capitol. Hallways lined with these.
Stoke-upon-Trent, England?
Oh,
just think that the members can walk on these tiles. You can. How? Visit Congress.
I
Janet,
can't
I
visit
think the
Congress.
number one question that's asked of us, how do I visit Congress? If not the question within the top three. And depending on what part of the building you're in, you will likely walk on these tiles. They're not something that's just sacred for the members.
Is that true, Rihanna?
To the contrary.
That's a great point.
Really?
One place you'll see the Minton tiles like that is on the first floor on the Senate half of the building, which we won't be seeing on our cameras today, but we can normally take folks there on tour. The hallways were decorated by Constantino Brumidi, the artist who painted the frescoes inside the Capitol that we were looking at a little bit earlier.
I'm not done with this Ohio clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a person known as the man with the green hat. Yes, during Prohibition, he used to sell alcohol in the House office buildings. It was known he had an office. He was exposed, and he moves to the Senate side. and legend has it, in the Ohio clock, spirits might have been kept in that clock, and members had access to it.
I mean, the period where alcohol sale, manufacture, distribution, except for medicinal purposes, the period when that was illegal.
When he said spirits,
an interesting one.
I thought he was talking about like some occult shit
actually all over
for a second there.
Hidden compartments and various
I'm
places where things must have been hidden. And
maybe a little buzzed.
Mythology around this. And I gotta say, there are
If you'll
plenty in
accept
this
that
space. We don't know why
excuse.
the Ohio clock is called the Ohio clock, but there are plenty of tales of this secret compartment is where, you know, they hid the contraband during the Prohibition period. But I think a lot of them more likely are just quirks of the architecture, because as we've discussed, this is a building that's been built in so many different pieces.
You're
And
right.
each piece
You're right,
added
Stephen.
on to the next, right? And every space enduring these constant
Oh,
changes
Lord.
in what the space is being used
Please give
for
me some
over the
class.
years. And what's interesting about this room, the president's
Oh,
room,
man.
is it really only has this purpose.
Yes.
What we're seeing happening in here today, this is essentially, and it's a very small space. I want to emphasize that, folks, because space is at a premium inside the Capitol, and there is no such thing as wasted space. or
Let's
empty
name a
offices.
clock after it.
But this particular space is set aside for this special purpose
Woman.
of the president using it on Inauguration Day. And again, this dates to a time when our president's term and our Congress's terms would be running out March 3rd or 4th, and there would be kind of a race to sign last-minute legislation in that beautiful president's room.
Ooh.
Looking down at the rotunda here.
By the way, I think it's possible President Biden may not re-enter the president's room until
Danny.
either a State of the Union or, well, who knows in the future, but I wouldn't think he would be there maybe one or two more times.
It doesn't get used a lot. That's what we're saying. And for us to be able to see
Oh,
this
is that what you're saying?
moment of President Biden and VP Harris in the president's room, they've just concluded the signing ceremony. Also stored in this room are some gifts Congress received. There are some ceremonial gifts, particularly from other nations. So we're looking down at the rotunda because what's happening here is people are starting to gather. The spouses
You're
of
okay,
the
Danny.
dignitaries that we were just seeing in the signing room starting to gather in this space for the
Yeah.
presentation of gifts, which is going to be happening soon. Typically occurs actually during the inaugural luncheon. This year, because things are a little bit different than past years, there is no inaugural luncheon, and so this is being
There
sort of
is no
modified
inaugural
for,
luncheon. You know, it just
happening in
doesn't
the rotunda.
happen anymore.
It's a 96-foot diameter, 108 windows in the rotunda. And can we tell in the center the discoloration? If you're thinking, was there a hole there? Yes, it was covered up. So the idea, the painting of George Washington glorified, you would look down through the hole or oculus to a statue of George Washington in the crypt, and then he would be
Take notes.
with Mrs. Washington interred or reinterred, except much of that didn't happen.
If there's not a rotunda when I guessed
but right
in
there
your
in the center of the
D&D
rotunda where we,
campaigd,
see
Antonio,
some
I'm going to
camera
be
equipment and things now,
mad
it was
upset.
intended to be this statue of George Washington, and actually you can see the statue that was
Yes.
meant to go there if you visit our friends at the Smithsonian American History Museum. They've got a Horatio Greenough statue of George Washington, an unusual view of Washington. We are not used to seeing him seated, wearing a classical Greco-Roman toga
My luck.
and sandals.
No, we're not.
And that was meant to sit right there in the middle of the rotunda. Now, there are some sculptures around the edge of the room.
I know they will because I'm going to
One of
ask.
the oldest in this space is actually a statue of Thomas Jefferson, which Congress received as a gift.
1833.
And it sort of was the moment when they started to realize they could commission sculptures. There was a lot of thought put into the architecture of the Capitol and the artworks that are adhered to it, especially after the fire in the War of 1812 when we were concerned about fireproofing everything. And so paintings, sculpture are a little bit easier to be vandalized. And so there was an early emphasis away from them and onto things like frescoes and friezes that we've seen.
Now, the Ohio clock is on the right-hand side. They're coming past that area and other leadership offices.
So again, this is a view of the exterior of the
Why
Senate
can't I see the
chamber
fucking
doors
clock?
there. This Ohio clock we were talking about, it's one of the iconic artifacts inside the Capitol, iconic timepieces. It would be just out of view on your right-hand side, where you see those three folks there kind of in
Stop
dark
talking about the
suits.
clock and being
And
like,
just out of
yo,
view
I
on
want
your
to see the
left-hand
clock.
side, portrait of the first woman in the
Why
Senate,
bring it
Anna
up?
Caraway. And that's also obviously where we anticipate seeing the president and vice president emerge in a few seconds.
It's ridiculous.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to picture this. In the old chamber, Vice Senator Breckinridge said, let's pick up our desk and move them.
Can't look in the eye. It's a
into the
fucking
new
clock,
chamber.
Danny.
That's how they move.
Doesn't have any eyes.
Yeah, so this is the door to the new Senate chamber.
Yes.
And again, when Ron and I talk old and new, we're talking the difference between about
I wanted one
1810
thing from
and about
today.
1859.
I was to
so
see the
new
Ohio clock.
1859. And so
That's why I
in there,
tuned into
behind
this
those,
stream.
Wooden doors is where the Senate currently meets.
Yeah, faces and no eyes. They blind
These
as
are
hell.
desks that came from their original chamber.
That's pretty
You know, I wish I'll do it.
It's pretty
So,
eyest of you.
Senate visitation and House visitation.
I'm sorry, that's pretty
Oh,
oculist of you.
You have to be a certain age to visit the Senate.
So I will say that the House and Senate sessions are always open to the public. Anybody can come and watch. You can get a pass from your member, your representative, or your senator,
clocks be
and
like
sit and
it
watch in the
is.
galleries. But there are certain rules in the galleries about photography and applause and things like that. And Ron is alluding to.
You better be 6
Yeah,
years of age
I
in
wanna
order to
see
visit
the
Senate.
alcohol that it
There's
may be
such a
held.
place called the Children's Room, where my colleagues have put me in timeout many a time there, and it's not far from that camera angle just gave you. Oh, what a view here!
Children have no place in Congress.
We see elements
None.
of all four,
Except
branches,
for
if I'm not
the
mistaken,
GOP.
for review.
I mean,
And again,
that's a bunch of
I
children
mentioned
that
this
are in
earlier. I
Congress.
had served in the 82nd Airborne Division for quite some time.
Wow.
And here they're coming out.
Here they go.
They'll be passing by Leader McConnell's office.
Is it?
Now, once again, folks, you see the Capitol Police Officer in uniform. The
Yep.
gentleman in the brown coat is United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene.
You should check the
Goodman,
quotes
serving
section
as
of
the,
our
acting
Discord,
Deputy Senate
Tony.
Sergeant at Arms for the day. Speaker Pelosi just went by there.
I didn't notice her without.
Cream-colored dress. She took off the turquoise coat we saw her in earlier. Senator Schumer and Blunt going by us there. And so as they passed us now in this corridor, they're about to pass by McConnell's office.
Look, Janet, notice the floors have changed.
Fabulous view here of what's called the small Senate rotunda. So just off the rotunda, a small area there with the columns. It's actually an air shaft. If
How?
you were to look over that railing, you'd see down to the first floor of the Capitol, and it used to distribute light and air in the days before air conditioning and light bulbs and all the stuff that we have now.
Goes the House Sergeant of Arms, Senate Sergeant of Arms.
And our acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms there in the light brown coat, that's Eugene Goodman, U.S. Capitol Police Officer. Folks, you may have seen some photos and video of him recently.
I mentioned the floors. Those are mosaics, which if you visit the Library of Congress, you'll see in abundance. It's the only area that we have mosaics in the Capitol. Look how President Jackson is dominating that room right now. Look at that posture.
Steve's
on the
favorite
right-hand side.
quote.
So these statues, again, are from the National Statuary
Look
Hall
at as he
collection.
dominates
Every
this
state
room.
gets to send two.
Yeah, we do need more.
There's
We
VP
need
Harris
more
and
good
Dr.
men.
Inhofe, her husband, heading into the rotunda. And Dr. Jill Biden and President Biden heading into the rotunda. Surrounded by a phalanx here. Including other dignitaries, as we discussed, sergeants at arms.
And remember, this is a scaled back.
Yes, this is a
Scaled back operation.
Remember, this is fewer people than we would normally see at inauguration. So another incredible
a
feature
lot
of
of
this
people.
broadcast is that we have clear views of these folks
This
that
is a
aren't
good
too
angle.
crowded. This is incredible.
I'm blown away.
As we look down in this direction, that's the door of
I'm-
the Senate at the
I'm
very end
blown
of the hall,
away.
that wooden door with the rounded top that you see on it there. And again, if you were on tour with us, I would be asking you to please not point your camera at that door, because the United States Capitol Police like to keep that area secure. You can see some Capitol Police officers here flanking this north door into the rotunda. So the president entering the rotunda now.
Oh, look at that beautiful
All right.
painting.
I feel like
Now, this is a painting
after
selected
like
by
2
the
weeks
chair
ago,
of the
having a
JSON.
camera, not your worst
President and the
deal.
second gentleman. Normally at this time, we have a lunch, and probably no person alive has attended more of those lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. And by those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we're going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late. I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is Landscape with Rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the
painting is
Smithsonian American Art
Landscape
Museum.
with Rainbow.
The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati.
That's cool history.
Encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that
you know what?
He faced lots of challenges.
I'm with you on that.
Was optimistic even in 1859.
That'd be great, Antonio.
About America.
I'm very
Dr.
much
Biden,
for that.
helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend Senator Klobuchar. The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so. Go right ahead.
I love Dr. Biden.
A mixed race.
Just the way she went. I like the rainbow.
Actually depicts essentially one of the
Like, I don't know why it tickled me.
Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which
I'm
you know
glad
is a
you're
great
enjoying
company,
it, bud.
American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh, with the base, 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton, since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
As Senator Klobuchar mentioned, the Lennox Company is an American company. It's been around since 1889.
1889.
President Wilson commissioned china for the White House from them, first set of American-made White House china in 1918. Those lead crystal vases, 17 inches tall, she mentioned they weigh 32 pounds. They're all handmade in Pennsylvania by a craftsman named Peter O'Rourke.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has
Who let this turtle in here?
usual hospitality, as others have mentioned,
So weird.
I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note,
Fucking Emperor
not only did we
Palpatine is
just
over here
swear in
hanging
a
out.
son and daughter of the Senate to these houses, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea.
Duncan.
It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female vice president of the United States.
It didn't feel like a dig.
So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President,
I think he's
Please
genuinely
accept
saying a lot
this
of
flag with
nice
the highest
things.
compliments
Yeah. Oh,
and
sorry.
congratulations
My bad.
of the United States Senate.
I forget it's not as loud for you as it is for
Flags
me.
that have flown over the Capitol today during the 59th inaugural ceremonies. Speaker Pelosi, let's
The
listen.
distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may it reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there, play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on
What the
behalf
fuck
of
is she
House
talking
of
about?
Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States.
I guess.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah,
Thank you,
play ball.
Dr. Biden, thank you. If we had the lunch,
I'm
we
just-
would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President?
Yeah.
Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, something like that. It's just it's weird. It's like Pokemon Go to the polls kind of energy, and I'm not for
On
it.
behalf of the American people, we've just seen flags presented that were flown over the Capitol today, and the next gift actually
yeah.
will be photo portraits of the
Here.
president and vice president at the moment of their swearing in.
I probably should have done this
And
earlier.
those photos had to be
but
snapped.
Oh, so quickly.
Printed.
If you would like a
escorted over.
some wine,
Yeah, it was a real sprint.
and you want a nice little
They
deal,
have the mats all ready to go.
Just go
and they just need to snap the photo
coppercoated.oxuswine.com.
in the moment and then get them
they
printed.
have the wine of the year
frames
for
together.
2020.
It's a good picture, too.
So yeah, go over
The
there.
Honorable
President
10%
Biden,
off.
Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr.
On your entire
Imhoff,
order.
on behalf of Republicans and Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both.
Did they just?
When President
Did they
Washington
just
was
print
sworn in
those?
as the first president of the United States, only a
So
handful of people
fast.
saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds
I just wasn't
and
paying
dedicate
attention.
ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people. And every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
That's nice.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Imhoff, Dr. Biden,
Judge by your words, yeah.
Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech, you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today, we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on
Laura.
till victory's won.
That's funny.
That's what your speech was about.
What a classic.
And that's why we are so proud.
It did have
ready
women
to
be
march
shopping energy.
with you, President Biden. God bless.
President Biden there checking out a photo of him taking the oath of office. It's just
You can
presented.
tell Biden's so happy. Everyone's like getting on there like down low.
Dr. King's bust in the background this past Monday.
Yeah.
Celebration of his holiday.
That bust of Dr. King was commissioned by Congress in 1986. It's been on that spot
Man,
since 1989.
Danny,
in the
I'm
Rotunda.
surprised my mind didn't go there.
They're on the east side of the rotunda now. They're going to step through these east doors into the vestibule. See a statue of President Eisenhower there, given to us by the state of Kansas.
Oh, I just came up with a
Now,
great
friends, you might have been
Photoshop,
wondering,
but
wait a minute, didn't I see President Clinton, Bush, Obama leave? Yes, to Arlington Cemetery. They're still working. They're placing a wreath at the 2 million unknown soldier. So that's what was going on when they left, and then we had the ceremony here. There's President David Dwight Eisenhower. Dwight David Eisenhower changed his name. Representing Kansas, a new memorial to him was dedicated this past
yeah, they're
last
beautiful.
May.
Yes,
the
the newest
Capitol is
memorial
a
on the
beautiful
National Mall is the
building.
Eisenhower Memorial. And again, these statues,
we're
some of
getting
the statues
very
are saying part of this
exclusive shots
National
of it.
Statuary Hall collection.
Like, you
Every
couldn't
state
get
gets
these views
two.
anywhere
This collection
else.
was started in 1864. And there are two from each one of the 50 states. Only 6 states so far have given statues of presidents of the United States. And so those statues are in the rotunda. Looking out of the east front steps now, preparing for the pass in review is going to be coming up soon. You can see the military cordon down both sides of the east front stairs. Figures of war and peace in the niches on either side of the door. We have a little bit of a better view of the figure of peace there. On our left, you can see her. Classical drapery just at the top of the column of military personnel on your left-hand side of the screen.
It's also so nice.
You mentioned,
What a nice
I mentioned
day.
earlier about everyone.
I
liking
feel
everything
nice
old.
and
Look at the
warm.
old light fixtures. Those were just
Maybe it's the bourbon, but I feel nice and warm.
made to look like that just very recently, within the last 3 to 4 years.
And a lot of elements that are exposed to the elements like that, like light fixtures and these sculptures on the exterior, a lot of times these are facsimiles because the original ones are being held somewhere where they can be preserved for future generations.
We haven't mentioned the architect of the Capitol, Mr. Blanton, who's the architect, but just the staff, what a tremendous job they do. From inside working to outside and all this that they have to do. It's quite a task.
Oh, you can see it's called a busby, that tall furry hat on the military there.
Ooh, a busby.
Notice the band. Notice.
And everybody's lined up and preparing for the pass and review to be starting pretty soon. We do have a video about that coming up in a little bit.
There's an old trolley stand there.
Oh, we've got some
Look at that.
historic uniforms there. We've got some Revolutionary War style. See, Fife and Drum Corps. So the coats that they're wearing, you can see those edges turned up. Those are called the facings, those red edges that you see around the front edge of the coat. Traditionally, musicians will wear a different color. They will wear the inverse uniform of the main body of the military force, and that makes them identifiable because in times past, especially, people will be looking to the musicians for cues about movements, and also it marks them as non-combatants. So we tend to see very unusual and colorful uniforms on our military bands, such as the Marine Band we've seen today, the Fife and Drum Corps that we just saw, and even the Herald Trumpets, U.S. Army Herald Trumpets.
Talking about the different parts of the coats and such, yeah.
Great view of the East Front stairs
There's
here, waiting
so much.
President and Vice President to come out
we
and
accrue a
review the
new
troops.
thing like every couple of years, so you know.
I think if you're a certain age, you might think of this area. Perhaps, at a certain age, President Kennedy's inauguration, perhaps, depending on again the age, you think of Blackjack Pershing and his line in state. Now, I know what you think. Who's well, maybe perhaps your grandparents.
Yeah, it's fun,
can remember
right?
their parents.
It's oddly fun to watch politics. Like it's something that I've
Yeah, lying in state and lying in honor
started to
ceremonies
enjoy
that have
a
traditionally
lot
happened
more
in
in
the
the past
rotunda
couple years.
of the Capitol this past summer. They
In
had to do something
spite
a little
of
bit different for Congressman
the,
John Lewis, where they actually put his
previous
casket kind of
administration.
right out there in front of that east front door in order for people to file by on the outside. The lying in honor ceremony
getting
happened
old
for the
now?
first time in 1998. Two
I
Capitol
think
police
young
officers
people are
and
just
a
getting
sheriff.
more involved.
And in 2005, there was a lying in honor for Rosa Parks.
If anything, we're getting younger.
And earlier this year, Justice Ginsburg, there also was a lying in honor for Reverend Billy Graham in years past. And then lying in state is something we tend to associate with presidents, but it's happened for a lot of people, as you mentioned a second ago, General Pershing, unknown soldiers,
Then again, I'm gonna be 26
members
in
of the
summer,
House,
so
Senate.
Well, who was Henry Clay?
Yeah, he laid in state in the rotunda.
We'll see.
He's the first. And then a few years later, when Lincoln was assassinated, that kind of cemented that tradition, that we expect that to happen. And again, speaking of Lincoln, we're looking at the East Front steps where Lincoln was inaugurated. We actually have on display down in the Capitol Visitor Center a table.
It's stunning.
Yeah, so we have the table that Lincoln placed his notes on for his second inaugural address. And it's made from pieces of cast iron from the dome. So the cast
table,
iron,
it's
9 million
stunning.
pounds of iron that makes up the dome of the
Long
Capitol.
pause.
Since it's produced in pieces, there are multiples made. And if you've ever made anything using a mold yourself, you know sometimes they don't all come out perfectly even. So there was a pile of extra pieces and cast-offs. And the workmen working on the Capitol dome during the Civil War went through that pile of cast-offs, put together a balustrade column for the center as a pedestal for the table, some of the decorative elements for the outside to come down and make feet for
No,
it,
it's
and
actually
then they put a
dope.
smooth top on it, present it to President Lincoln for his
Hey,
inauguration.
You have a good one.
That
Thanks for
American
tuning in.
artists and
Appreciate
artists
it.
from Italy
Thanks for
that
the sub.
painted in the Capitol would often use workers in their artwork.
And happy inauguration day.
Workers here, I love that.
Well, we even know that Constantino Romiti, who painted that fresco inside the Capitol
Constantino
dome,
Romiti.
used some of the iron workers for his models.
Charles Thomas, the superintendent, foreman.
Particularly for the scene of mechanics that
Oh,
has
it's trying to kill
Vulcan
me.
at an anvil and forge, and he needed people to kind of stand in as models to represent the workers in that forge. Remember today's
Also,
inaugural theme:
I'm drinking some
forging a more
Lost
perfect
Ark
union. Determined
Trailblazer
democracy.
whiskey. It's fantastic.
Looking at the East Front here,
I'm a big
backed
fan.
out a little bit so that you can see a little bit of the historic Capitol on either side of
And their
the
stuff.
stairs.
Friends, if you were to come to Washington and walk around the Capitol, even in the evening, when it's dark, the building will teach you something. You will learn something. You'll pass a member of Congress at night and not know it. And you'll go by 20 yards later and someone will say, wasn't that so-and-so that just walked past?
The Joe Biden?
I believe so.
Oh, here they come
to all
for
of
the
us.
viewing of troops. Now, I was just going to say, Calvin Coolidge's inauguration, the first one to be broadcast by radio, 1925. And the first one for TV, Truman, 1949. The cables for people to watch it in the Midwest had literally just been installed a few weeks before. Folks on the West Coast still couldn't watch Truman's inauguration.
Yeah. Get yourself some booze, man. Figure it out. I don't know if I've ever said this, but day drinking is kind of fun.
Oh, that'd be nice if we could hear some of the commands. That would be nice, yes.
We can hear the applause.
I know those two words, forward march. I think I've uttered that a time or two. Let's listen and watch.
Yes, Laura, please. Drink with me. Join in on this celebration. Drink one! Drink one for Joe Biden. For Kamala Harris. We have a female vice president. Also, yeah, I'll stand by that one. Ooh! Yeah, some Mars will be good. Join us, Laura. This is America. To celebrate, in America, we drink. Snare drums to the quads, bass drums to the cymbals. Oh, that's dope, Sonic. Hell yeah. I also can play it. It's nice. I bet Ion's loving this if she's watching. That's that Mr. Beast. Yes. Yes, I would like some money. Sure. That's not real. Oh, do I even have a donation link up? That's not real. Yeah. Nice try. Oh my god. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you. You always gotta say yes to those people, because if it's like, even if there's a slight chance it's Mr. Beast, go for it. You don't want to be that one guy on the video. The only reason I was like, you know who Mr. Beast is? He's that guy that gives out money on YouTube. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. He just basically gives money away to people and like gives people cars and like houses and shit. He opened up a food bank recently. You know. He seems like he puts most of his ad money into like just charity, essentially. So yeah.
Janet,
You didn't miss
what if I were
anything.
to tell
Nothing
you
actually happened.
that in one day you would have a new job and change your place of residence in the same day? What would you say to that?
Seems like a lot. And a new ride.
A new car.
And a new car there. I don't know if everyone noticed how thick those doors are when they put the president into that car, but there it is, nicknamed the Beast. Departing from the East Front, they're
It's
on the
not
way over to
clickbait
Arlington Cemetery.
if he does the thing in the
And
video.
past two presidents while doing it.
He does.
William Howard
I
Taft
haven't
and John
seen him like
Fitzgerald
actually like do a real clickbait.
The vice president getting into the car there with the flags.
Just dealing with some audio issues. Danny's in the case. Yeah, Danny.
You know,
took care
Chairman
of it.
Blunt, the JSEC announcing this 59th inaugural, spoke about this event, commonplace and miraculous, and how this stands as an assurance to all people of our continued, unbroken commitment to continuity, stability, perseverance, and democracy. We have a statue in the Visitor Center of Frederick Douglass.
Yes.
And on the base of it,
Yeah.
a quote from one of his addresses: "If there is no struggle, there is no
I mean,
progress."
it's a lot of the Secret Service people that are double masking.
This year's inaugural theme, selected by the JSIC, are determined democracy, forging a more perfect union.
Yeah.
I would say a prolific display of that today.
As we see the vice president and the president.
Danny, give yourself a
loading
shout
into
out if you
limousines,
want to.
preparing to depart here on the
I
East
know you're
Front
not
of the
like
Capitol,
streaming right now,
following the
but
pass and review of troops.
you know. So I'm not gonna push.
Family members headed back.
But
as
you
well.
should check out Danny LaCroix. If she comes back, when she comes back. Have we been here for 5 hours? She does
At
great art
times.
streams. She does great. She does
times,
great
I didn't
tarot card
sense
readings that she's drawn herself.
A pandemic or
Just a
lot of
fantastic
security.
human being.
At times it seemed like, well, this is what I'm used to, but there were times in which I said, oh my.
Well, I
I
think
see the difference.
this 59th inaugural is familiar, and it's also
Yeah, it's
different.
almost been 5 hours. I
It's
really
the
can't
least
believe it. Yeah, tarot.
attended
Oh,
inaugural physically.
Antonio,
but
you would
perhaps
you would love it.
the most attended, perhaps.
Yes, and I was even thinking about how, as
I think you and
technology
Danny would
advances
actually
in
get
our
along really
nation,
well.
These events can reach more and more people, right? You know, 1845,
straight
people
up,
heard
you
about
would-
James
you'd
K.
be good
Polk
friends.
via telegraph getting inaugurated, his speech going out via telegraph. James Buchanan, 1857, the first to be photographed. You can actually see that on the website of our partners, Library of Congress. Photographed, and of course, those inaugurations here on the East Front that we're looking at through our cameras. And of course, broadcast on the radio, broadcast on the television, and now live streamed out over the internet.
How about President Carter, who's not here to attend, but is it's perhaps better in some cases that for him, given some infirmities, that he's able to witness this from his comfort of his own.
Close up on the license plate there, it said 46. Our 46th president inside that limousine, again nicknamed the Beast.
Dump him. Dump him out for Jimmy.
Heavily armored.
Hell yeah.
You know, McKinley's was the first inaugural to be filmed with sound recording, 1897.
Fascinating.
And if you can imagine, we've talked about how in the early years with Washington and Lincoln, people straining to hear the president's remarks, you know, and the sound amplification for the crowd doesn't happen until 1921. But in 1897, people were able to listen to the sound recording.
But yet we hear about the good old days.
The good old days.
Yeah, in 1949, Truman, or the folks on the West Coast couldn't see it because the television cables weren't installed yet. One of those skylights there, that's the top of the Capitol Visitor Center.
It's a gorgeous
view. As we see the vice president's car going by there. Sorry, that's president's car going by there. Departing now for Arlington Cemetery. Here on the East Front Plaza, right
I mean,
above
what
the Capitol Visitor
happened that was
Center.
bad in the 20th
That big
century,
glass
Tony?
skylight
I
you
don't
see
know what
there,
you're
the
talking
water
about.
feature around it, black granite from Clovis, California. These flagstones, the pavers that the cars are going over, are from South Dakota and Minnesota. Stones selected. There are
The
17
good old
different
days in
states
general
represented
usually
in the
refers to the
stones
worst
of the
days
Capitol.
of
I
human
was just
history for
guessing
like
among,
a
just as you were
majority
talking,
of the population.
I think there's probably 8 to 10.
Well,
17?
17
A
different
good
states
amount. I learned
represented.
something today.
Absolutely. There's some stone from Kentucky on the borders of the rotunda. Here in the Russell Senate office building, the Kennedy
Thanks,
caucus room
Danny.
that were stationed right outside.
You
There's
have a
some
nice
black
day.
veined marble from New Jersey in there. It took the architects a full year to find it.
Yeah, we probably won't go for too much longer. I'm trying to figure out what's happening next.
So throughout the day, we've been able to show you several videos
Brief fling at
showcasing
Arlington
history and traditions
Cemetery.
of inaugural ceremonies, and we do have one to close out today. As we watch the departure here on the east front of the president and the vice president.
Yeah.
You can see the Cannon House office building in the background there.
Love you guys. What the?
Members of Congress would live, because again, like the technology enabling us to watch and listen to this inauguration, the technology for members to travel has improved dramatically. The Senate has collected oral histories, and the members say the biggest change was jet travel.
You mentioned technology for technology for travel. The House and Senate schedule used to be based upon the growing season. Members would leave for months because they were planters.
Yeah, and the
So the
traditional
calendar.
August recess
Yes.
that Congress takes is based around that agricultural calendar and also the unpredictable Washington, D.C. weather, if you
Just
can
a
believe
bit.
it. We've
Just
seen
a bit.
today. We've seen clouds.
stick around for a bit
We've seen
longer.
sunshine. We've seen
I'll
high
see if there's
winds.
sun,
We've
but
seen
I'll
snow flurries. A little bit of all three happening right now. It looks like.
I know they're gonna do
As you see the motorcade depart
like
from
a
the east front
reflang
of
at the
Capitol.
Arlington Cemetery, with
Cannon
all the
House
former
office building
presidents.
there with
So
the crane at the top
we'll
right.
watch that, and I think then we'll end.
Oh, I love it. I can't say enough about the people who have performed.
I really
admirably
don't
with
feel
these
like it's
cameras.
been 5 hours. It feels like that
Yeah, so
to me.
we see the cordon coming down off the east front steps here, and we have one last video to explore history and traditions of inaugurations.
The inaugural ceremonies may be a routine event, but it remains a unique symbol of our constitutional system.
Yeah, we
Today,
are deep in the day.
as we
It's weird.
celebrate the
I
inauguration
really
of the
feel like it's
46th
still the
President
morning.
of the United States, we
I
signal
woke
to
up
the
at
rest of the
7:30,
world that we are united as a
and
people
then I got on stream
behind
at
an
around
enduring
9-ish,
republic.
so... You know, this is what I've been doing all day. It's weird.
On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, thank you for joining us today for the 59th inaugural ceremonies. It's been a historic day, and we hope to see you all back at the Capitol soon to take a tour with us, or watch a session of Congress, or attend one of the events.
Was that the credits?
This has been our privilege. Thank you to the camera crew. Thank you to Beth Lemons of the Capitol Visitor Center, to Capitol Police. I can't say enough about
Hey,
dignity
Katie.
and order that we saw
You're here
today.
for the credits.
I'm most proud.
We're gonna watch them lay the
Thank you all for watching, and thank you to the Joint
wreath and
Congressional
the
Committee
flowers
for
and stuff
giving
on the
us the
tomb of the unknown
opportunity
soldier,
to be on
and then
this
we're gonna
live stream with you all
end for the
today.
day. But
Everyone, enjoy the rest of your day.
can we
Thank
just
you
get a
for
round of
joining us.
applause for like these people, these nerds who were like so fantastic, like the entire time, just giving us information about like the Capitol and like the inauguration. They did great. Like genuinely, like I was pretty impressed. Yeah, like I mean, I was impressed with the production of this whole thing, like a little bit. Because I mean, it was pretty straightforward, but it wasn't boring. You know, it kept it interesting. Joe Biden is president of the United States. Yes, except for that part. Devin, you're right. Oh, Dead Sex about to hack it. What the fuck is happening? Oh, wait. Straight up, Brendan, you're working on the circus? Did you land a gig there? Or are you just like, you know, outsourced? I know they're supposed to be switching over to that though. As they said around after 2, but before 3. We'll stick around for another 15 minutes. If they don't pop up, then we'll end it. But you know, and I'll probably raid over somewhere else. Somewhere fun. If you guys feel like watching that. Something like gaming. I might stream later too with some Hitman because Hitman came out. But I'm not gonna go straight through. I need to take a break. Yeah. QAnon hack. Yeah. That's dope though. Brendan. Good for you, man. I'm gonna be probably moving to New Jersey and gonna try to get a job in late night on one of the shows in New York. So fingers crossed. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well. All right. Sir, anything we can do in the meantime? Oh? I'm gonna get any job I can in late night. Like if I'm being real, I'm gonna shoot for a PA position of any kind. I will probably work for very little, but I would like to get in there. Yeah, man, I'll hit you up soon. Well, let's talk soon. Let's catch up. Thanks for popping by, bud. It's been fun. Hmm. Yeah. Here. Here, Brennan. You're still shooting for affiliate, right? You're closing in on that number. Brennan's a fun guy. Who's a like IRL friend. That he streams sometimes, and he's good streams. They're a little fun time. So if you want to go give him a check out, you want to like relax a bit later, go check out with him. It's the last thing you were playing. That's why. So we're gonna do a quick poll. That can't be right. I feel like you streamed like in December. All right, there's a poll for where we're gonna bring the raid. If you guys want more inauguration stuff, vote for that. If you want more gaming stuff, vote for that. I'm just gonna do it based off of that. Because I'm happy to find another like political stream. Okay. Yeah, let's see. There we go, we can watch some C-SPAN. Wait? Oh, it just literally C-SPAN and the same thing now. As I was saying that. Fantastic. Alright. That means they're closing in. So yeah, get your votes in. Depending on what you want. We're gonna end in the next 40 minutes. Let's say. That shell just rolling away. Yeah, go on, bud. Yeah, we can do that. Hit me up. You know where to find me. So it looks like Denver's having some problems. I just saw when I was looking for another inauguration stream. I'll try to find someone who's like actually watching the event. Devin. Dude. Oh, man. Some say the shell rose still to this day. Others say the shell never rose at all. It's quite the conundrum. It's just so nice and peaceful.
Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Program. Mr. Charles R. Alexander,
They're here.
Superintendent, Arlington National Cemetery. Major General Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath.
Man, I'm being very quiet. Hopefully they place this wreath soon. Where is Joe Biden? Where is Kamala Harris? You decide. It's very calming, relaxing. A nice time. Yeah. Where in the world? It's Joseph Robinette Biden. Is this, wait, is it Robinette? Ribbon? I can't pronounce his middle name. That's me. I can't do it. I'm having great difficulty. Rubinet? Robinet? Horner Curio Cabinet? Is that guy taking a picture of the back of that guy's head? Look at all these guys. Look at them all pointing the camera. Like, they look like they're like a fire, like a strike team. Like, posing for like some kind of like game screen. Alright. It's time to take pictures of the president. Go. Very silly. It's very, very nice. Come on. Gotta get there soon. Can we get an ETA on the president? Stop. Wait. Now here are all the former presidents. Yo. Kamala Harris's Secret Service code name is Pioneer. That's dope. Right? Like, that is so perfect. And Joe Biden's is Celtic. Which... It's funny. I mean, the Secret Service code name. It's just, everyone knows what they are. Also, they might change now that they're the president and the vice president. Those were the 2020 ones. I don't know that they keep them. Trump's was mogul. Which, I don't know, it feels like it's giving him too much credit. Right? Kellyanne Conway was Blueberry. What the fuck? Strange. It the entire day has felt like Trump never existed. They haven't brought him up once. They haven't even talked about him. It's kind of like, it's perfect. It's how we should treat it. We should just not ignore the problems, but not give the man any credence. Right? Yeah, Kellyanne Conway is not a good person. Hi, Devin. So, does everyone just stand out here silently? For a few, like an hour? Is that how this usually goes? I don't know that I've ever watched this part. Yeah. Devin pops in for like a jab at something and then he like disappears back into the shadows. Oof. Where is our president? Just waiting. I'm waiting on Joe. That's all. Yep. Honestly, these things should be like national holidays. You know? You should be able to watch the presidential inauguration. Like, if you should be able to vote without having to worry about work, and you should be able to watch the inauguration without having to worry about work. Those are like two very simple things. Like, the reason the vote takes place on a Tuesday is as it was historically to keep people from voting. You know, like, I mean, if not the intent, it is the effect, and no one's changed it. So that's another thing. Like, that's another thing I would like to see changed. Yeah, you can vote absentee, but you should be able to vote in person if that's what you want to. Like, let's put it this way: if you don't trust that your ballot will make it absentee, because sometimes, like, the mail does break down. It's true. Like, if you want to make sure that you get your vote in, ideally you can vote in person. You should have that choice. You should be given time to vote, time to go and get yourself properly informed. It's not just about the actual act of voting, it's about the whole process of learning about candidate, making sure that you know what you need to know, and then going to vote. And you should have a day to do that. Especially when some states like don't do early voting that much. Like their early voting is so restricted. That's just my opinion. Look at him, looking all presidential in his coat. What a cutie. To which part, Devin? Are you telling me I'm looking presidential in my coat? Or I look like a cutie? Because I'll take either.
Present arms!
Damn you. Again, not fair to Doritos, not fair to Cheetos that we put that on them. Right? You get it, Steve. Like, you can have military shit, you know, you just can't throw a fucking military parade for yourself, because that's what a dictator does. I like how this guy's just like, please, keep moving, please. I know you're leader of the free world, but please, get your ass in me gear.
Advance the colors!
Well, that was something, guys. I'm gonna start looking for another stream to drop us off at. Not me. Uh, not exactly a lot of good ones. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna unless there's someone else who's like doing something fun. Okay. So, if you want to keep watching the inauguration stuff, head on over here. I'm putting the link in the chat. I'll give you a little time. But for now, I'm gonna send you over to a buddy of mine. He's part of the random Discord server. And I'm not finding any like good like political commentary streams. Like there's just not a lot. Unfortunately. But yeah. Just playing some Raft. Should be fun. I just I want to thank you guys so much for watching and spending this historic day with me. I really, truly appreciated it. And I hope that we can do more of this kind of stream in the future. I hope we can do more political news-based streams. And I hope that you have a great day and a great rest of the week. So, for now, I'm going to sign off. But, thank you.
Thank you so